Welcome back, deplorable Apple. Glad to see you've returned just in time for some high-speed chaos. Hope you're ready to see these AI cars battle it out on the track. Sure. Did you know that the 1966 Lamborghini Miura P 400 SYT is often considered the world's first supercar? It revolutionized the automotive world with its mid-engine design and sleek looks. Plus, its V12 engine was inspired by a fighter jet, so it's kind of like driving a piece of aviation history on four wheels. Alright everyone. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. Don't make me start assigning random rides to you. Hurry up and choose or you'll end up with whatever's left. Oh, this is a classic battle of vintage charm versus sleek sophistication. The Ferrari 250 LN is a legendary race car, known for its speed and agility back in the day. On the other hand, the Lamborghini 400 GT has its own unique flair, and might surprise us with some unexpected moves. Given the circuit's tight turns and sharp corners, I'd lean towards the Ferrari's handling prowess. But hey, that Lamborghini could just burn some rubber and make a statement. My bet? The Ferrari 250 LM will probably edge it out and take the top spot. But don't count out the Lamborghini sneaking in for a surprise finish. This race is going to be fun to watch. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Villarreal, and leading the pack is Cobber in a classic 1966 Ford Fairlane. Yep, a real vintage powerhouse up front. Let's see if those old school vibes can hang with the new speed demons. Magico Blake has taken an early lead, with Cobber right behind in second place. Terrific Kitten is holding on to third for now, but the pack is already starting to shuffle. Yaboe Rwanda just made a bold move on Amy for 4th place. Vin has 17. And Emmer Pinkwolf are nose-to-nose for 7. Amy and Sheriff Kitten are still locked in that fierce fight for 3rd. Maya is holding steady in 2nd, not giving an inch. Yaboy Rwanda just overtook someone to grab the 4th place. Yaboy Rwanda and Sheriff Kitten are nose-to-nose for 3rd. Vina 17 is climbing up to 8. Amy just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Dirok Official is climbing up to 13. A Beta Bloke and Dirok Official are nose-to-nose for the 13th spot. Emmer Pinkwolf is gaining on Vinha 17, closing the gap by 1 second. Dirok Official and Nearobstars are nose to tail for 12th place. Vinha 17 and Jackson DeBox are nose to nose for 6th place. A Beta Bloke just slipped into the 13th spot, climbing 1 position. Jackson DeBox is having a rough time dropping to 12th place. Sheriff Kitten is gaining on Cobber and closing the gap. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 6th place, making some moves. Jackson DeBox is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 7. Mutuba is inching up to 15. Beyond Two Dark Souls is also making progress, now in 17th. Dirok Official is gaining on a Better Bloke, closing the gap by a second. 2. Beyond Two Dark Souls is inching closer to Deplorably Apple, cutting it down by nearly 2 seconds. Wayne Abretsky is catching up to Beyond Two Dark Souls, narrowing it by over 3 seconds. Aussie at 1002 is on a roll, climbing to 7th place after overtaking 4 cars. A Better Bloke is making a charge, moving up 5 spots to 8. Nitzeropstarks is also on the move, overtaking 3 cars to settle into 9. Mirror Pink Wolf climbs 2 spots to 17. Red Panda Manatee 4 also advances 2 spots to 18. Jackson DeBox and Red Panda Manatee 4 are nose to tail for 18. Dirok Official just climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Nitzeropstarks and Dirok Official are nose to nose for 9th. Mirror Pink Wolf is chipping away at Blaming Buddha, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Vinha 17 is driving a 1963 Ferrari 250 LM. They are currently in 6th place, and seem to be holding steady, but with a lot of cars close behind. Amy is gaining on Sheriff Kitten, closing the gap by over a second. Vinha 17 is climbing up to 5th place, making moves. Deplorable is driving a 1962 Ferrari 250 GTO. They're currently in the 13th position, so they're not exactly leading the pack, but still hanging in there. Vinha 17 is climbing to 4th place. Yaboy Rwanda is closing the gap on Amy, and they are battling for 5th. Cherokee the Kitten is now in second place. Dina 17 has moved into third. Yaboy Rwanda has climbed into fourth and is making a move. Cobber is really having a tough time, dropping 10 places to 16. Aussie 222 is climbing up one spot to 6th. Abeta Bloke is also moving up one spot to 7th. Daruka Official and Abeta Bloke are neck and neck for 7th place. Blaming Buddha is climbing up to 13th. Yaksinda Box is making a move to 18th. Vina 17 is climbing up to 2nd place. Dirok Official is also moving up to 7th. Abeta Bloke and Dirok Official are locked in a close fight for 7th. Mutuba just overtook Abeta Bloke and is now in 8th place. They're nose to nose in this tight fight for that spot. Abeta Bloke is driving a 1966 Lamborghini Miura P 400 CVSV. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle, with the slowest lap times so far. Aussie Dwayu is holding firm just ahead of Mutube. Looks like Mutube is eyeing that spot and won't give up easily. Congratulations, Merja Kublesh. Looks like you've claimed the top spot again. Guess the competition needs to step up their game. Wow, congratulations to Majako Bleich. They really outdid everyone else, and claimed the victory. Looks like all that AI racing prowess paid off. Well-deserved win. Oh, the Fort Wayne Road Circuit is pretty interesting because it has a unique layout that combines both tight corners and fast straights, making it a real challenge for our AI racers. It's like watching a wild dance between speed and precision, which keeps the race unexpectedly exciting. Plus, did you know it was inspired by some of the classic European tracks? So, it's got that European flair even right here in our digital racing world. Talk about bringing the world to your screen. Hey Am and San, so glad to see you back in the chat. Hope you've been missing the high-speed chaos of our AI races. Buckle up because things are about to get even more intense. Well, with no info on either driver, this race is basically a coin toss. It could come down to who gets the better start, or who has the best luck on the day. I'd say let's just sit back and enjoy the chaos. Maybe one of them will surprise us. Or maybe they'll both just make it interesting in their own way. Who do you think will pull ahead? Alright folks, the race kicks off at Fort Wayne Road Circuit, and leading the pack in the shifter karts class is Evolution in 50, 4 in a classic 2012 shifter kart. Let's see if that vintage ride can hold on or if the new kids will catch up. Evolution 954 has shot off the line and taken the lead, while Kevin On is holding strong in second place. Sean is right behind in third, trying to keep up. The chaotic Guardo is making a charge, climbing 3 spots to 26. Maya and Queen Manda are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Rowdy Dietzerolf is creeping up 1 position to 6th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 2 spots. Amin-san and Rowdy Dietzerolf are nose to tail fighting for 6th. Akinone and X-Basic Switch X are locked in a close scrap for 8th. Toadette TV is really having a rough time, dropping to 19. Wrestling 567 is on the move, climbing to 25 after 3 quick overtakings. The Hyper 7 is also making a move, now at 26 after passing 3 cars. Unistix is climbing up to 13th place. Senor Flip Floponi in 2020 is now in 19th. Rundum 69 has moved into 20th. Looks like some steady gains. Toadette TV is on a roll, climbing from way back to 11th place. Samun is closing in on King Rut fast, shrinking that gap by over 8 seconds. Unistix and Mission Man are nose to nose for 13th. Looks like a real battle there. Unistix is on the charge, overtaking 3 cars to reach 11th place. Beltane the Beast and Unistix are nose to tail for 11th. Bacorn is climbing 1 spot to 14. Beltane the Beast is dropping like a stone, now 20th place. Balsamic Vintfu is closing in on King Rut, cutting the gap by 8.6 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 2nd place, leaving the backmarkers behind. Balsamic Vintfu 183 is closing in on Cheryl Menzirosis rapidly, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. Dr. Monkey, 13, just overtook someone to claim 9th place. Mission Man also moved up 1 spot to 10th. The Chaotic Weirdo is on a roll, climbing up to 19th place. Akinone is dropping like a stone, now in 27th. Unistix just nudged into 11th, making a small but noticeable gain. Beltane the Beast is dropping like a stone, now in 27th place. Bacon is climbing steadily, now in 12th. The Chaotic Weirdo and Random 69 are nose to tail for 18th. Aminsan is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 3rd place. Dr. Monkey 13 is also making moves, overtaking 3 cars to sit in 6th. Evolution 954 is having a tough time, dropping 6 positions to 7th. Senor Flip Flopona 100 in 2020 is on a roll, climbing to 12th place after overtaking 4 cars. Simplamarcus is making a move to 14th place, with 3 cars overtaken. The Chaotic Weirdo is also on the rise, now in 15th after passing 3 cars. Wow! Evolution 954 really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win! Wow, Maya, you totally crushed it. That was an impressive win. Looks like all those hours of practice really paid off. Congrats on taking the top spot, you definitely earned it. A fun fact about the 2001 Toyota Celica SS2 is that it was known for its sporty design and was a favorite among car enthusiasts for its affordability and fun driving experience. It might not have been a supercar, but it definitely had a cool factor, with its sleek look and sporty features, making it a great choice for someone looking to turn heads without breaking the bank. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your final choices now before we're stuck with whatever the AI picks for us. Don't say I didn't warn you when the racing chaos begins. Alright, this is quite the underdog story we have here. The 2002 Suzuki Liana versus the 2007 Toyota Yaris on Deutschlandring. I have to say, the Yaris might have a slight advantage due to its size and agility, but the Liana's got that classic, reliable charm. Honestly, I'd probably place my bets on the Yaris for its nimbleness, but don't count out the Liana trying to prove that old cars still have some fight in them. Let's see which one tackles those corners better. Alright folks, the race kicks off at the Deutschlandring. And right at the front we have Betzmar in the pole position driving a 23 Audi TT. Looks like he's ready to show these new kids how it's done with some classic street car flair. Betzmar has shot off the line to take the lead. Pleiadiami is holding strong in second place. Atene CNC is right behind in third, trying to find a way around. Figueiredo Sport is climbing fast, now in 9th place after overtaking 3 cars. Wolfslide is making a strong push, moving up 4 spots to 11th. Aminsan is also on the move, overtaking 5 cars to sit in 13th. Spikels is on a roll, climbing 3 places to 3rd. Yaxindabox and Athena CNC are nose-to-nose for 5th. Buffin in 18th. Just gained 1 spot to 7th. Buffin in 19 and Jaxindabox are fighting hard for 6th. Jaxindabox is climbing to 5th place. Belthanita Beast is making a move to 6th. Dicey Shanes and Buffin in 19 are nose-to-nose for 8th. Dicey Shines just nudged ahead to take 8th place. Buffin in 18 and Dicey Chains are practically glued together fighting for that 8th spot. King Groot is climbing up to 15th, slowly but surely. Wolfslide is climbing up to 9th place. Buchitserua and Buffin in 19 are still neck and neck for 10th. Sotsfired is making a move to 20th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is gaining on Aminsan, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. King Groot and Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios are locked in a close fight for the 14th spot. King Groot is climbing up to 14th place. Amy is now 16th place. Mr. Roche has moved into 17th place. Zotsfired climbs to 19th place. Maya is catching the Empress, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Daisy Shanes is climbing up to 7th place. Bessidness Ardwi just moved up to 17th and is now in a tight battle with Mr. Roche for that position. Maya is holding a solid 8th place. Not bad for a rookie. DF Empress is just behind in 21st, so she's got some ground to make up. Looks like Maya might have an edge if she keeps it clean. Daisy Sheens is really closing in on Beltane the Beast. Just a second and a bit behind now. Wolf's Light has climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Aminsan has gained 2 positions and is now in 11th. Wolf's Light is closing in on Daisy Chains, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Athena CNC and Wolf's Light are nose to nose for 8th place. Aminsan is sneaking up 1 spot to 10th. Beltane the Beast advances to 5th place. Wolf's Light climbs to 7th. Aminsan moves up to 9th. Aminsan and Daisy Chains are locked in a close fight for 8th. Spikles is climbing up to 2nd place. Beltane the Beast is now in 4th. Aminsan has jumped 2 spots to take 7th. Beltane the Beast is closing in on Platigami, cutting the gap by 1.4 seconds. King Root has climbed 2 spots to take the 10th place. Figurata Sport is moving up 1 spot to 12th. Daisy Shines is climbing up to 8th place. Figurata Sport is inching closer to 11th. Buchitsero is closing the gap on Buffy 19 by 2.4 seconds, so expect some action soon. Beltane the Beast is closing in on Playgami, cutting the gap by 1.7 seconds. Daisy Shines has moved up 1 spot to take 7th place. Aminsan and Daisy Chains are in a tight battle for 7th place. Aminsan just slipped into 7th place, climbing 1 spot. Buchitsero is now in 12th, after also gaining 1 position. Amy has made a nice jump of 2 spots, settling into 13th. Beltane the Beast is climbing to 3rd place. Bezanis Art Wu is now in 15th. Mr. Roche is catching Athena CNC. The gap shrinks by a second. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is driving a 2007 Peugeot 207 GTI. Looks like they're holding steady in 14th place. Not making any big moves yet. Justin Gilks better watch out. Aminsan is gaining ground fast. Wolf's Light is right behind Daisy Chains now, closing in steadily. Beltane the Beast is driving a Nissan Skyline GTR 34. They are currently in 3rd place, holding steady but not making any bold moves yet. Looks like they're just waiting for the right moment. Beltane the Beast is closing in on Spikeballs, closing the gap by over a second. Mr. Roche has moved up to 16th place. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios has climbed to 17th place. Bufinin 18 is driving a 2000 Acura Integra GS, known for its lightweight and nimbleness. They are currently in 5th place, holding a solid position but not making much noise so far. The Deutschlandring's tight corners and quick chicanes are favoring experienced drivers and agile cars. The top positions are tightly packed, so small mistakes could shake up the order. Congratulations to Betsmar for winning the race. Looks like they really took the checkered flag with style. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Spikeballs for winning the race. That was an impressive run. Now, for the folks who can claim a car, Amundsen, you did the most overtakes today. Nice work. You get to claim a 2000 Plymouth Prowler. Well done to everyone competing out there. This is getting more exciting with each lap. If I had to pick one of these cars to win on Dustbite Speedway, I would go with the 2012 Pagani Huayra Daito. Its combination of speed, handling, and aerodynamics makes it a pretty formidable contender. Plus, with its sleek design and powerful engine, it's the kind of car that could really carve up that circuit. I mean, if it can handle the curves like a champ and keep that nose down, it might just leave the others in the dust. Alright everyone, quick reminder before the clock runs out. If you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to jump in and make that choice. Don't leave us hanging with just a blank spot on the grid. Let's see which machine you want to root for in this race of the robots. Oh, this is an interesting matchup. The Alfa Romeo 156 GTA is known for its sharp handling and nimbleness, so it might have an edge on the twisty parts of Dustbite Speedway. Meanwhile, the Porsche 911 930 Turbo, even though it's from the early 80s, has a reputation for raw power and stability. If the race is about cornering, I'd give a slight advantage to a Mobius in the Alfa, but if it's about straight line speed and power, Double and the Porsche could surprise us. Honestly, it's a close call. but I'd lean toward the Porsche possibly pulling ahead in the long run. We'll see if the old-school turbo magic can outmaneuver the Italian finesse today. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Dustbite Speedway. Leading the pack is Crystal 33 in a classic 1958 Lotus 12. Starting on pole. This should be interesting. Crystal 33 has shot off the line to take the lead. NX Zagarax is right behind in second place, and I am holding on to third for now. The top three are already spreading out a bit. Adenut 44 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Abeta Bloke is making a charge, passing 5 cars to reach 9th. Kyroscope is also on the move, overtaking 7 cars to settle in 10th. Abeta Bloke is on a roll, climbing to 6th place after overtaking 3 cars. Girl of Diamond is also making moves, now in 9th after a similar surge. Slippensleedy Gaming is having a tough time, dropping 8 positions to 14th. Nergutsu is on a roll, climbing to 14th place. Basho Grande is not far behind, making moves to reach 16. Adenut 44 is closing in on Crystal 33, cutting the gap by almost 3 seconds. Abeta Bloke is closing in on Crystal 33 fast. Just 6.7 seconds behind now. Basho Grande is on the move, overtaking 6 cars to climb into 10th place. Negutsu is also making a move, passing 3 cars to sit in 11th. Ihavik Sema is closing in on Annex Zagarax, cutting the gap by 7 seconds. Kolmetwi is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 13. Vina 17 is also climbing, passing 3 cars to take 14. Abeta Bloke is closing in on Adenut 44, closing the gap by 2.8 seconds. Lacrosone 1980 is climbing up to 7th place. Basho Grande is also moving up, down 8. Ihavik Sema is gaining on Annex Zagarax, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Kyroscope has climbed 1 position to 5th place. Basho Grande has also moved up 1 spot to 7th. Kyroscope is gaining fast on Abeta Bloke, closing the gap to just under 20 seconds now. Yama Priest is making a move on Slipslide Gaming, closing the distance to about 5 seconds. Adenut 44 is inching closer to Ihavik Sema, but only by a second, so not much to see there. Adenut 44 is closing in on Ihavik Sema, cutting the gap by 3.1 seconds. Basho Grande has gained 1 spot and is now in 6th place. Igana Ait is climbing 2 spots and is now in 9th. Ihave Exema is gaining on Anaxagorax with a big push. Nirubutsu is closing in on Ainagenere at a steady pace. Mighty Chunk is creeping up on Cometwe, not letting up. Naguru is on the roll, climbing to third place after overtaking 5 cars. Akanon is making moves too, jumping 3 spots to 8th. Lecroson 1980 is closing in on Kyroscope fast, chopping nearly 20 seconds off the gap. Bondon is closing in on Cometwe fast, cutting the gap by 8.4 seconds. Nagutsu is having a rough day, dropping 20 spots to 23rd. Adanut 44 is climbing up the ranks, moving into 3rd place. Cometwe is closing in on Vinha 17, chipping away at that 7.1 second gap. Dr. Eganite is climbing up to 4th place. Akanona is making moves to 6th. Abeta Bloke is gaining on a Generate, closing the gap to just over a second. Akanona is making a move on a Better Bloke, now just 3 seconds behind. Lecroson 1980 is creeping closer to Crystal 33, cutting the distance by nearly 2 seconds. Ihave Exema is really closing that gap on Anaxagorax. Looks like a battle brewing. Cometwe just sneaked into the top 10, nice move. Vinha 17 is inching closer to Baksho Grande, not giving up yet. Cometwe is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Akanona is dropping back, now in 12th. Nirubutsu is making a push, now in 16th after overtaking 4 cars. Wow, Anaxagorax really sped past everyone. Guess they're the new king of Dustbite Speedway. Well deserved. Wow, Anaxagorax really took the checkered flag first. Great job! Looks like all those hours of AI training paid off. I guess they're officially the car to beat in this race. Well done! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and stability, because Namuno Zetas has lots of tight corners and quick turns. You need a car that can stay glued to the road and handle sharp bends without losing speed. Acceleration is also important. But if the car doesn't corner well, it won't matter how fast it can go in a straight line. So, a well-balanced car with good grip and agility would be the ideal choice for this circuit. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down, so make your final picks now or forever hold your peace. Don't miss out on the chance to see which AI-driven car will dominate the track today. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow! This is quite the throwback showdown. The Mazda RX-7 Turbo from 1989 is known for its lightweight and turbocharged rotary engine, which can be pretty sneaky on the track. Meanwhile, the Toyota Supra from 1990 has that classic reputation for power and straight-line speed. Considering the track is Namuno does, with its mix of twists and turns, I'd say the RX-7's nimbleness might give it a slight edge. But don't count out the Supra, especially if it manages to harness that raw power, right? If I had to place a little wager, I'd bet the Mazda might edge out the Supra in this one, but it's gonna be close. Either way, it's going to be an entertaining race. Hikari Hamzam is leading the pack right now, followed closely by Anaxagorax in second place. Skozerobs is holding on to third, but don't blink or they might swap positions. Anaxagorax and Hikari Hamzam are nose to tail for the lead. Skozerobs and Anaxagorax are also locked in a close fight for second. Athena CNC and Skozerobs are battling hard for third place. Shattered Pixel is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to take 4th place. Anaxagorax and Hikari Hamzam are locked in a fierce duel for the lead. Athena CNC just gained 1 spot to sit in 3rd. Now Athena CNC and Anaxagorax are nose to nose for 2nd. Apex Milkbag is on a roll, climbing to 13th place. Brando Boosters dropping back, now 23rd. Skularobs is inching forward, now in 5th. Maya is climbing up to 9th place. Orange Funk is now in 13th. Its Serrar has moved into 14th. Lyricel is driving a Lotus Carlton from 1990, which is known for its luxury and speed. They're currently in the 16th place, trying to make up some ground. Looks like a steady race, but they need a few overtakes to climb higher. Justin Gilks is climbing to 17th place. Deathraline is making moves to 19th. Aethaplasm and Justin Gilks are nose to nose for 17th. Deathraline and Geogyna Miracles are locked in a close fight for 20th. Hey, hi Raphael. Great to see you back. Glad you could join us again for the racing fun. Sit tight and enjoy the AI cars battling it out on the track. Marcus is climbing nicely into the top 10. Maya is also making a move, grabbing the 8th place. Lord Buttrill and Maya are nose to tail, fighting for that 8th spot. Looks like a close one. Lord Buttrill just overtook someone to move up to 8th place. Orange Funk is also climbing, now in 13th. Le Roussel and Etc. are nose to nose for 15th. Le Roussel just overtook someone to move into the 15th place. Le Roussel and Velocitor 14 are nose to tail for 14th. TPKPA and Aetherplasm are swapping positions for 20th. Toza Ops is climbing to 4th place. Le Roussel is now 14th. TPKPA has moved up to 20th. Orange Funk and Apex Milkbag are neck and neck for 12th place. Bethriline and Geogine Miracles are locked in a tight fight for 18th. Brando Booster is closing in on Dishonored Fox, cutting the gap by a 2nd and a 10th. Skulls is narrowing the gap to Athena CNC by a 2nd and a half. Marcus just overtook someone to reach 6th place. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, leaving someone behind. Apex Milkbag is now in 12th place, climbing 1 spot. Its Serrar has moved into 15th position, also up 1 spot. Kaboompa is climbing to 9th place. Lord Buttrill and K-Boomper are nose to nose for that position. Orange Funk is inching closer to the top 12. Skozer Ops and Athena CNC are nose to nose for 3rd place. Justin Gilks is climbing up to 16th. Geo Miracles and TPPPA are locked in a close fight for 18th. Skozer Ups is climbing nicely into 3rd place. Maya is making her way up to 7. TPKPA is sneaking into the top 20. Lord Buttrill is now in 9th place, closing the gap. Kaboompa and Lord Buttrill are still nose to nose for that 9th spot. Orange Funk has climbed to 11th place, but the fight for the top 10 is heating up. Kaboompa and Lord Buttrill are nose to tail for 9th place. Le Roussel just gained 1 spot to 13th. Geo Miracles is also on the move, climbing 1 spot to 18th. Marcus and Shattered Pixel are neck and neck for 5th place. Kaboompa just gained 1 spot to 9th. Lord Buttrill and K-Boomper are now fighting for 9th. Congratulations to Hikari Hamzam on winning the race at Nemun no Zidas. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done! Wow, big congrats to Hikari Hamzam for winning the race. That's quite the achievement. And congrats to Maya for snagging the fastest lap. A 1995 Caterham Super 7 SS, huh? Retro street cars are always a classic choice. Looks like this race was full of surprises today. Sure here. Did you know that the 1996 Honda Beat is actually a tiny two-seater roadster that was designed mainly for Japan's kei car class? It's so small that it's just about the size of a golf cart, but don't let that fool you. It's got a punchy little 660cc engine that makes it incredibly fun to drive, especially on twisty roads. It's like the perfect little pocket rocket for anyone looking to have a blast without breaking the bank or parking troubles. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your favorite car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is almost up, so make your choice before these virtual racers hit the starting line. Don't miss out on the fun. Ooh, this is a fun matchup. The 1992 Nissan 240X is known for its agility and balance, especially in tight turns like a figure eight. It's kind of the classic choice for drifting and quick maneuvering. On the other hand, the 1978 Saab 99 Turbo has that turbocharged charm but might struggle a bit with the sharpness of the figure eight course. It's a little older and not as nimble. Honestly, I'd say relaxed view in the Nissan has the upper hand here, especially in a race that favors handling and quick reflexes. But hey, Cherokee Kitten might surprise us if they manage to exploit some of those turbo quirks. It's going to be a close one, but I'm leaning toward the Nissan taking this race. Alright everyone, we're kicking off this figure 8 race with retro slow cars, and in pole position we have relaxed view steering a classic 1992 Nissan 240S. Let's see if that vintage charm can hold off the competition. Relaxed View has taken an early lead, with Cherokee Kitten right behind in second place. Fast Kitten Fee is currently in third, trying to keep up. Evolution 954 is now in third place, climbing one spot. Rosie Golkaming and Dishonored Fox are still neck and neck fighting for fifth. Amin-san has gained 2 spots and is now in 7th. Rosé Golkaming and Dishonored Fox are nose to nose for 5th place. Beats with Cave and Maya are locked in a fierce duel for 8th. Amy is climbing up to 10th, just one spot away from the top 10. Amin-san just gained one spot and is now in 6th place. Beats with Kef is climbing 2 spots and is now in 7th. Looks like Maya and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 7th place. Rosé Galdiming is on a roll, climbing 9 places to take the lead. Dr. Monkey 13 is closing in on Amy, shaving off 5.4 seconds. Relaxed View and Rose Galdiming are locked in a tight fight for the top spot. Rome Spider is on a roll, climbing 4 spots to 11. Gravy Graves is also making moves, jumping 4 places to 16. Relaxed View is holding the lead, moving up 1 to 1st. Beats with Kef and Amin-san are now battling for 6th place. JD Anburn is closing in on Maya, and has cut the gap by a full second. Relaxed View is dropping back to 8th place. Cherofa Kitten is now in 1st. Evolution 954 has moved up to 2nd. Relaxed View just made a bold move to take the lead from 7 cars behind. Rome Spider is closing in on JD Anburn fast, cutting the gap by 12 seconds. Cherofa Kitten and Relaxed View are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Amin-san just swooped up to 2nd place after overtaking 3 cars. IRFA is on a roll, climbing 13 spots to 5th. Evolution 954 is having a rough time, dropping 8 positions to 11. Gravy Graves is on the move, climbing 5 places to 9th. Dr. Monkey 13 is making a solid push, overtaking 4 cars to reach 12. Yamchabi Panda is gaining ground, passing 3 cars to sit in 14th. Dongutsong 3 is on a roll, climbing 6 spots to 5th place. Cherofa Kitten is having a tough time, dropping 8 positions to 9th. Amin-san just snuck into 1st place, making a little move at the top. Jada Anburn is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 4th place. Dishonored Fox nudges into 5th. Rome Spider advances 1 spot to 7th. Things are heating up. Amin-san just took the lead, leaving everyone in the dust. JD Anburn is climbing up to 2nd, inching closer to the top. And Maya is closing the gap on JD Anburn, cutting it down by 3.1 seconds. Looks like a battle is brewing. JD Anburn is gaining fast on Amin-san, closing the gap by over 12 seconds. Evolution 954 is hot on Cherofa Kitten's tail, chipping away almost 14 seconds. Rosigald Gaming is closing in on SNR Savage, narrowing the distance by 11 seconds. Zero Team Live is closing in on Yamchaba Panda, just 7.2 seconds behind now. JD Anburn has dropped 8 positions to 10th. Rosigald Gaming is making a move on Senar Savage, closing the gap by 11.5 seconds. Wow, Amin-san just took the victory again? Looks like they're on a winning streak. Guess the competition better watch out. Haha. Looks like Amin-san's cruising to the finish line like it's no big deal. Definitely some sit rave energy going on there. I wonder if anyone's gonna catch up or if Amin-san's just gonna coast to the win. Keep an eye on those overtakes, folks. Wow, look at that! Amin-san did it! Congrats to them for crossing the finish line first. Clearly they've got some serious driving skills, or maybe just a bit of luck on their side. Either way, great job. Alright folks, here's a fun fact about the 1957 Curtiss Craft 500B. This car was actually built for racing, but was more famous in the world of midget car racing than in the big leagues. It's like the underdog story of racing cars, proving that you don't need to be the biggest or the flashiest to leave a mark. Plus, its sleek design and vintage charm make it a true treasure for collectors and racing fans alike. Now, watch as this little beauty zooms past the competition in style. Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The 1952 Ferrari 375 Indy has that classic charm and racing pedigree. But the 1958 Maserati 250F is known for its incredible agility and handling. Given Bahrain's mix of straights and turns, I'd say the Maserati might have the edge in maneuverability. But hey, with these old-timers, it's all about who gets the better start and a little bit of luck. I'd lean towards the Maserati taking the win, but that Ferrari could surprise us with some vintage flair. Let's see how it all plays out. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Bahrain, and leading the pack is the Renault T4 class in a classic 1960 Scarab Indy. Looks like vintage style is making a statement right at the front. Let's see if it can hold that pole position. Renault T4 has shot off the line to take the lead. Pingchu Wendy2 is holding strong in second place, and DCK B0gers is hanging on in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Gerloff Diamond just overtook one more car and is now in fifth place. Yakiraman is closing the gap, and they are nose to tail for sixth. This battle for fifth is heating up. Yakiraman and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail for 5th place. Calmetwi is climbing up to 7th. Trifonine83 is also on the move, now in 10th. Yaki Ramen and Girl of Diamond are nose to tail for 5th place. Popcorn Slayer is climbing up to 12th place. Arayu Cereal and Popcorn Slayer are also fighting for 12th. Yaki Ramen is climbing up to 5th place. Calmetwi and Girl of Diamond are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Maya and Arayu Cereal are nose to nose for 13th. Yaki Ramen just overtook someone to take 4th place. Nulavi is climbing up to 9th. Arayu Cereal is making a move to 11th. Calmetwi is climbing nicely to 5th place. Maya and Aetherplasm are nose to nose for 12th. JD and Burn is inching up to 16th. Aminsan and Girl of Diamond are nose to nose for 7th place. Maya and Aetherplasm are locked in a fierce scrap for 12th. Squat Bender just gained a spot and is now in 20th. DCKK Pizza Works just overtook someone to take 2nd place. Yaki Ramen is right behind him in 3rd. Calmetwi and Kingshu22 are nose to nose for 4th. Kingshu22 is charging ahead to take the lead. Trifonine83 and Arayu Cereal are nose to nose for 10th. Squat Bender and Pumpkin Flurry are locked in a close fight for 20th. Rinuk T4 and DCCK Bezeros are nose to tail for 2nd place. Nulavi is climbing steadily to 8th. Rinuk T4 is climbing up to 2nd place. Amy and San are still locked in their tight battle for 18th. Chosan's Coast just gained 1 spot to 20th. Ruzi Goldaming and Popcorn Slayer are nose to nose for 14th place. Squat Bender is climbing up to 24th place. Spear Like Hail and Squat Bender are fighting for 24th position. Renok T4 is now in 1st place. Yakiram has moved up to 3rd. Nulavi and Aminsan are neck and neck for 7th. Girl of Diamond is right behind Trifonine83 now, just a blink away from making a move for 10th place. Aminsan is gaining on Buffy19, closing the gap steadily. No overtakes yet, but the tension is building up. Girl of Diamond climbs to 10th place. Squat Bender advances to 24th. Oteliatorius and Squat Bender are nose to tail for 24th. Yaki Ramen takes the lead, climbing 2 spots to claim 1st place. Rinok T4 and Yaka Ramen are nose to nose at the front. DKK Batesy Ogres moves up 1 spot to 3rd. The fight for the top is heating up. Rinok T4 and Yaki Ramen are nose to tail at the front. Kinchu 22 just sneaked into 3rd place. Trifonine83 and Girl of Diamond are locked in a close fight for 10th. Amin-san is making a move, overtaking 3 cars to climb up to 5th place. Wait, now Amin-san is dropping back, falling to 16th. Yakiraman is really having a rough time, dropping 25 positions to 26th. Trifanona T3 is driving a 1958 Maserati 250F. They're currently in 11th place, with a decent lap time of 2:30.004. Staying competitive, but not quite challenging for the top spots yet. Amin-san is really taking the scenic route back to the pack now at 15. Nualavi just sneaked into 5th place, probably feeling pretty good about that. Imus Gordon is also climbing up to 6th, maybe catching a glimpse of the leaders. Amundsen is really having a tough time, dropping 10 spots to 25th. Trifanona T3 is climbing up 1 spot to 8th. Bufin 18 is also moving up 1 spot to 15th. Arayu Serial is now in 6th place, climbing 1 spot. Imus Gordon and Arayu Serial are battling closely for 6th position. Rosigald Gamind has moved up to 11th place, gaining 1 spot. Wow! Renault T4 just took the victory. Looks like someone was saving their best for the finish line. Well done! Wow, Renault T4 really showed us how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You must be feeling pretty pleased with yourself right now. Great job steering your way to the top. Sure. The 1937 Mercedes-Benz W125 was one of the most dominant racing cars of its time, and could reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour. That's faster than most modern city speed limits. It's like a vintage superhero of the racing world, showing that even back then, engineers knew how to make a car go fast and look good doing it. Oh wow! What a classic showdown we've got here. GamerBoss 72 with that vintage Auto Union Type C, known for its speed and agility back in the day. Then we have Yama Priest in the Mercedes-Benz W125, a machine that dominated the racing circuits of the 1930s with incredible power. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Auto Union might have the edge on tight corners because of its lightweight design, but the 125's raw horsepower could give it an unstoppable advantage straightaways. Given the Sydney circuit's mix of turns and straightaways, I'd probably lean slightly towards the Mercedes-Benz. It's got a powerful engine that might just outshine the Auto Union in the longest straight sections. But hey, with AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe that Auto Union will surprise us all with some vintage charm and blazing speed. So, my money is on the Mercedes-Benz for the win. But don't be shocked if the Auto Union makes a vintage comeback and steals the show. Alright everyone, the race is underway at the Sydney Homebush Street Circuit. Amin San is starting on pole, driving a sleek 1938 Mercedes-Benz W154. Looks like we're in for some classic car action today. Amin-san has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Silver Gaming is right behind in second place, and the Caillou is in third, trying to keep up. Looks like a tight start so far. Screwchamp is on the move, climbing up 3 spots to take 5th place. Caffeinated Car and Scroogechamp are nose to nose, fighting hard for 5th. Stabbygat Killens and Dre192X are locked in a close duel for 9th. Caffeinated Car and Scroogechamp are nose to tail for 5th place. Stabbygat Killens is climbing up to 9th. Amy and X Ragnaroks are locked in a close fight for 12th. The Grand Prix 1930 cars are quite evenly matched, but the Mercedes-Benz W154s are leading, showing their early dominance. The Sydney circuit's tight turns probably favor the more agile models, but overall, the car class seems to be a key factor in the top positions. Scroogechamp is on a roll, climbing to second place after overtaking 3 cars. Wild Kevin Onone is also making moves, now in 5th after passing 3 cars. Yama Priest is gaining ground, moving up to 8th with 3 overtakes under their belt. Amy and Dre192X are neck and neck for 9th place. GamerBoss 72 and X Ragnaroks are locked in a close fight for 11th. Wild Kevanona just overtook someone to move into 4th place. Caffeinated Car and Wild Kevanona are nose to tail for that 4th spot. Stabby Guy Killens and I are locked in a close fight for 6th. Three 192 Bex is driving a Maserati 8CTF, a classic racing car known for its power and elegance. They are currently in the 9th place, making steady progress but still a few spots behind the leaders. Screwchamp just overtook for the lead. Looks like they're on a roll. Stabby Gaio Killens and I are nose to nose for 6th place. Who's gonna blink first? Wild Kevanone is now in 3rd place. Salmon Samun and Ovidos are nose to nose for 14th. Stabby Gay Killens and Maya are nose to tail for 6th place. Kabimper and Dri 192 Bex are fighting hard for 10th. The tight street circuit is favoring the early leaders with consistent laps, while the slower corners are allowing some behind to close in. Overtakes are tricky here. The tight street circuit is favoring the early leaders with consistent laps, while the slower corners are allowing some behind to close the gap. Caffeinated Car is driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo 12C and is currently in 5th place. They've been consistent but not the fastest on the track. Looks like they're holding steady, maybe saving some fuel for a late push. Le Kaiju is closing in on Scroogechamp, cutting the gap by 2.8 seconds. Looks like a tight race for 1st place. Scroogechamp is really having a rough time dropping back to 14. Le Kaiju just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to 1st. Wild Kevanone is also climbing, grabbing 2nd place by gaining 1 position. Wow! Le Kaiju really pulled off a surprise victory. Guess they're the new Speed King on the circuit. Well done! Wow, Le Kaiju did it. Congrats on winning the race. You really showed those other cars who's boss. I guess all that practice paid off. Great job. Sure thing. The Berlin E-Prix track is actually built on a former airport runway, so the cars are practically racing on a giant high-speed runway. Talk about giving those pilots a runway to show off their electric speed. Alright everyone, time's almost up to pick your favorite car. Make your decisions quick, or you might end up with the one you didn't want. Let's see which machine takes the lead in this crazy race. Oh wow. This is quite the showdown. We've got a 2011 Lamborghini Aventador going up against a 2012 Ferrari F12 Berlinetta. Both are pretty gorgeous, but when it comes to racing, it's all about the driving and the car's performance. The Aventador is known for its raw power and aggressive handling, but the Ferrari F12 is a bit more balanced with its V12 engine and refined aerodynamics. Given the car's specs and the fact that we're racing on Berlin E-Prix, which is tight and technical, I'd probably give the edge to the Ferrari. It's a little more precise and nimble in such a challenging track. But hey, with AI drivers anything can happen. Let's see if the Lamborghini can surprise us with some unexpected speed. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Berlin E-Prix, and leading the pack is Bleachmap C in a 2012 Rough CTR3, a street car from 2010 and up. Looks like he's got the early lead, but let's see if anyone can catch him. Oskatsarat has taken the lead right out of the gate. Bleachmaps is holding strong in second place, and Blaming Buddha is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Maya is climbing fast into third place. Amy is also gaining ground, now in fifth. That battle between Amy and Blaming Buddha for fourth is heating up. Looks like a close finish coming. Maya is now in second place, closing the gap. Amy has moved up to fourth, not bad. The Flats 84 and Stephen Brinkley are nose to nose for sixth. The Flats 84 is climbing up to fifth place now. Blaming Buddha and the Flats 84 are nose to nose for fifth. Stephen Brinkley and Blaming Buddha are also locked in a close fight for sixth. Blaming Buddha and the Flats 84 are nose to tail for fifth place. Super Siggy is inching up to seventh, just ahead of Stephen Brinkley. Looks like a gang of musical chairs for the middle of the pack. The Fight 84 is now in fourth place, climbing one spot. Amy and the Fods 84 are neck and neck fighting for that fourth position. Zupersiki has also gained one spot and is now in sixth. Maya and Othzerod are neck and neck for first place. Blaming Buddha just overtook someone to sit in sixth. The ICAK Bates Airbolgerts and Morningstar Sol are trading paint for 12th. Maya is now in first place. Super Siggy and Blaming Buddha are nose to nose for sixth. Gabith Minimek is climbing to 12th. Morningstar is making a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 10th. Bleachmapsy is closing in on Osksarat, cutting the gap by a second and a half. Amy is climbing steadily, now in fourth place. Gabitha Minimac is climbing 2 spots to take 9th place. Maria Koblaj and Gabitha Minimac are nose to nose for 9th. Simplimarcus is also moving up 2 spots, now in 12th. Super Sigi just overtook someone to take 5th place. Morningstar Zal and Marja Koblaj are still locked in that tight fight for 10th. DCK8CO is climbing up to 13. SpaceX Switch is on a roll, climbing 4 places in total now at 12. Circa Mingate is dropping back quite a bit, down to 16. Blaming Buddha just nudged up 1 spot to 7. Maya is holding steady in the lead. Gabby the Minimac is inching closer to Blaming Buddha, but still a good chunk behind. Morning Starsel is climbing up to 8th place, making a nice move. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Amy just overtook someone to take 2nd. Super Siggy is closing in on the top 4. Gabby the Minimac is driving a Lamborghini Centenario, a rare and exotic supercar. She's currently in 8th place, holding her own among some fast competitors. Her fastest lap is just under 1 minute 30 seconds, so she's not exactly cruising at record pace but staying competitive. Gabby the Minimac moves up 1 spot to 7th place. DCK Katesy Rogerts is gaining on a SpaceX Switch X, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Zirk Gamengay is inching closer to Girl of Diamond, cutting the distance by 2:30 seconds. Zuba Siggy just overtook someone to take 3rd place. Usk Sarat and Super Siggy are nose to nose for that 3rd spot. Morning Starsel is climbing up to 8. Things are heating up. Congratulations, Maya. Looks like you just took the top spot and left everyone else in the dust. Well deserved. Wow, what a fantastic race. Congratulations to me for taking the win. I must say, I was quite the speedster today. Now, for those who are eager to claim a car, a big shout out to everyone who competed. And since I got the fastest lap, I get to claim the sleek 2018 CG004C. Looks like I'm driving away with a modern marvel today. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. Make your choice now or forever hold your peace while watching these AI racers zoom by. Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, so we're flying blind here. Two drivers, same vintage Porsche, Sama Tractore. It's basically a coin toss, but I'll go with the one who looks the most confident, or the one who's giving off the vibe that they actually know what they're doing. Given we don't have much info, I'd say it might come down to a little bit of luck or who makes the least amount of mistakes. Honestly, it's going to be a fun race to watch regardless. Alright folks, the race is underway at Dijon-Prenois Shore. Maya is starting on pole with her vintage 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax. Let's see if those old school vibes can hold off the AI challengers. Maya has shot out to the front, holding the lead. Violetta Mama is right behind in second place. And DJ Lone Wolf is in third, trying to keep up. The race is already heating up. Violetta Mama just overtook someone to take second place. Violetta Mama and the other driver are nose to tail. Looks like a serious fight for second. Eugenia Miracles and DJ Lone Wolf are locked in a close duel for fourth. This race is heating up with battles all over the place. Dijon Wolf is climbing to third place. Ren Kaori is now in fifth. Yaboy Rwanda and the Kaiju are nose to nose for seventh. Amin-san just overtook two cars and is now in 11th place. Amy and Amin-san are nose to tail for 11th. This is turning into a fun little scrap. Girl of Diamond just overtook someone to move into the 15th place. Hi. Aspatial is right behind, so this fight for 15th is about to get interesting. One of the kiddo is making a move, climbing to 5th place. Autumn Thunderbird is right behind, also up 4 spots to 6th. Amin-san is not holding back, jumping 4 positions to 7th. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Ren Kaori's rapidly catching Fuzo, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. DJ Lone Wolf is closing in on Violetta Mama, narrowing it down by almost 2 seconds. Amy and Amin-san are locked in a fierce fight for 7th place. Amy just slipped into 7th place. Amin-san and Amy are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Autumn Thunderbird is driving a Ferrari 1512, a classic from 1965. They're currently in 7th place, so they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Amin-san is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. They are currently in 8th place, and seem to be holding steady, not making any big moves yet. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 5th place. Dylan Wolf is dropping back 6 positions to 10th. Wannabe Kiddo just moved up one spot to 4th. A Special is climbing to 7th place. Bozo is also moving up to 10th. Bozo and Amin-san are battling closely for 9th. Someone is leading comfortably, but Giovanna Miracles is stuck in 5th with a slow lap time. Not looking great for the bet unless someone makes a mistake. Our Spatial is dropping back to 13th place. Amy is climbing to 7th. Bozo is moving up to 8th. Jill Wolf is closing in on Ira Special fast, the gap shrinking by over 10 seconds. Ren Kaori and Amin-san are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Rain Kaori is on a roll, climbing 4 places now in 7th. Autumn Thunderbird is closing in on the top 3, moving up 2 spots to 4th. Amy is also making progress, jumping 2 spots to 5th. Squat Bender is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Yaboy Rwanda is also on the move, now in 9th. Yara Special is catching up now in 10th. Looks like a tight battle behind the leaders. Someone is driving a Porsche 804 from 1962 and is currently in 2nd place. They're a bit slower than the leader but holding steady. Stephen Brinkley and Yoga and Miracles are both on a roll, overtaking 4 cars each to climb into the top 12. Amin-san is driving a 1963 Brabham BT3. Their race looks pretty steady, sitting in 8th but not exactly setting the world on fire with their lap times. Maya is comfortably leading with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control. Amin-san just climbed 1 spot to 6th place. Squat Bender is also up 1 to 7th. Yaboy Rwanda is making moves too, now in 8th. Looks like everyone's eager to climb. The tight corners and short straights at Dijon Prenois Short are favoring the quick drivers like Maya and Violetta Mama, while the longer straights are giving some others a chance to catch up. Squat Bender just overtook someone and is now in 6th place. Bozo is gaining on one of the Kiddo, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Girl of Diamond is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 13. Joan Wolf just nudged up 1 to 12. Wannabe Kiddo is climbing up to 13th place. Bozo is catching up to 14th place. Looks like the race is heating up just behind the leaders. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win! Congratulations to Maya for taking the win. That was an impressive race, and you totally deserved it. Now, for the lucky drivers who can claim a car, Maya, since you got the fastest lap, you get to claim the legendary 1962 Lola Mark IV Climax. Nice reward for your speedy performance. Sure thing. Did you know that in the all-random racing car class, your car could be anything from a sleek supercar to a quirky little hatchback? It's like a surprise prize every time. You never know whether you'll be racing in style or just trying to keep up, which makes the whole race way more unpredictable and fun. Alright everyone, time's running out. Make your last minute picks before the countdown hits 0. Don't miss out on the chance to see which car will dominate the race. Oh wow. This is quite the matchup. Joey Pastrami's Lamborghini Gallardo Superleggera is definitely a powerhouse with its sleek Italian design and sporty performance. It's built for speed and agility, so I'd say Joey's got the edge here. Rookie Miriki's Infiniti GA35 GT is a solid car too, but it's more of a reliable contender rather than a speed demon. Honestly, I'd expect Joey to take the lead pretty early on, and probably hold on to it. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Still, if I had to place a bet, I'd go with Joey Pastrami and that shiny Lamborghini. Alright, everyone. Amy is starting at the front in a classic 1970, a Barth 1000 TCR, ready to show some vintage class out there. Let's see if that old school charm can hold off the new kids on the block. The race kicks off with two Peas in the podcast leading the pack. I am in second place, trying to keep up. Amy is right behind in third, already looking for an opening. Vargalas Vet is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 8. Mafia Mavi just snatched third from someone. Joey Pastrami also gaining 1 spot to 6th. Tales of Strili is on the rise, climbing 3 spots to 10th place. Joey Pastrami is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 4th. Rookie Miriki is inching forward, taking 6th place. Rookie Miriki and Amy are locked in a close fight for 5th. Talos of Strilly is on a roll, climbing 5 places to 5th. Emertic 398 is also making moves, jumping 5 spots to 7th. Belfanata Beast is following suit, overtaking 5 cars to land in 8th. Mafia Mavi is climbing up to 2nd place. Talos of Strilly is chipping away at Joy Pastrami's lead, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is gaining on MooTube, narrowing it down by 2.2 seconds. Tails of Strilly is holding the fastest lap and has moved up to the 8th place. He's definitely making a push, but he needs to find a way past those vintage and retro cars ahead. Mafia Navi is gaining on 2Ps in a podcast, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Emerald Tick 398 is inching closer to Tails of Strilly, just a 1.5 second difference. Belfanatha Beast is catching up to MooTube, closing in by almost 1.5 seconds. Mafia Mavi is closing in on 2Ps into podcast, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. They're locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Tails of Strilly just gained 1 spot and is now in 4th place. Mafia Mavi just snatched the lead, climbing 1 spot to take the top position. Tails of Strilly and I are locked in a fierce fight for 3rd place, nose to tail. Belfanatha Beast is driving a 2018 Aston Martin Vantage. They are currently in 8th place, but their lap time suggests they might be struggling to keep up with the leaders. Maya is currently in 3rd place with the McLaren Elva Ford from 1966. Her fastest lap is a solid 47.504 seconds. Looks like she's holding her own among the prototypes and GTRs. Alright, everyone. It seems like our AI drivers decided to take an extended detour and had a bit of a rough time on the track today. So, we're calling it early. Don't worry though. The points for this race have already been tallied up, so the standings are final. Make sure to check who's in the lead and get ready for the next round. Thanks for hanging in there and enjoy the rest of the stream. Wow! Mafia Mavi really pulled off an impressive win. Congratulations! Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep the streak going in the next race. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd probably go with the 1955 Mercedes-Benz 300 SLR. It's got that legendary reputation and a history of racing excellence that most of these other classics can only dream of matching. Plus, on a twisty circuit like the Grand Zambouk, its combination of lightweight design and powerful engine should give it an edge. But hey, with vintage cars, anything can happen. Maybe the Maserati 450s will suddenly turn into a green blur. Oh, what a throwback showdown. The 1952 Jaguar C-Type is known for its sleek design and agility, perfect for weaving through tight spots. Meanwhile, the 1956 Maserati 450Cs is a beast with more raw power and a reputation for speed. Honestly, it's a tough call. The Jaguar might have the edge in handling and finesse, but the Maserati's muscle could definitely give it an upper hand on the straights. If I had to choose, I'd lean slightly toward the Maserati because of its aggressive power, but don't count out the Jaguar's classic charm and maneuverability. This race could go either way, and I am here for the chaos. Alright everyone, the race has just kicked off at the Grand Sambuc. Piero Gamersach is starting on pole in a classic 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa. Hey, vintage is in style today. Waldo has taken an early lead, holding the first place. Piero Gamersach is right behind in second, trying to catch up. The Hyper 7 is in third, not letting the front runners get away too easily. Piero Gamersach just took the lead, claiming the top spot. Unclearly Gaming is climbing up to 4. Pace C, ARR, and Maya are nose to nose for 6th place. Looks like a close one. Pace ARR just overtook someone to climb into 6th place. Amy is making a move, climbing 2 spots to 11th. The classic cars seem evenly matched, but the track might be favoring the more agile Maseratis and Ferraris. Overtakes are tight, so handling and finesse are probably the key factors here. The Hyper 7 is climbing up to 2nd place. Maya is making her way to 6th. Jerplays and TPPKA are nose to nose for 8th. Isley is inching closer to Unclearly Gaming, closing the gap by a second. Amy and Down to Quest are nose to nose for 10th place. That's all. Zerena and Amundsen are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. Waldo is right behind the Hyper 7 now, just a second apart. Amy has climbed 2 spots and is now in 9th place. Cheese and Dashauer is gaining on Jerk Plays, closing the gap by over a second. Pace AR is driving a 1957 Ferrari 250 Testarossa, starting from the 8th position. Their fastest lap is a solid one, 4.555. They seem to be holding steady but haven't made a move forward yet. Maya is now in 5th place, closing in on the top 4. Pace ARR has moved up to 6th. Amy is now in 8th, just behind Esley, who is in 7th. The battle between Amy and Esley looks intense. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap to the top 3. TPKA has climbed to 8th place. Jerk Plays is gaining on Down to Quest, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Unclearly Gaming just overtook someone to take 4th place. Amy and TPPA are still neck and neck for 8. Amingson is climbing up to 11. Maya is holding steady in 6th place. Down to Quest is feeling the heat as Amundsen creeps closer, just over a second behind. Waldo is driving a 1955 Maserati 300S, which is a classic sports car known for its agility. They are currently in 3rd place, just behind the 2 Maserati 450s drivers. Looks like they're holding steady but might need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Jerk Plays is driving an Aston Martin DB R11, a classic racing machine. They're currently in the 12th place, struggling a bit with the pace, as their fastest lap is the slowest among the top half. Jerk Plays is driving an Aston Martin DBR 11, which is known for its racing heritage and elegance. Their race seems to be a bit off pace, sitting in the middle of the pack and currently in 13th place. Unclearly Gaming is driving a Maserati 450s from 1956, starting in 5th and currently holding 4th. They're staying competitive with a fastest lap just over 14.2. Looks like they're holding their own in the mid-pack. The Hyper 7 and Cherokee Mirasach are nose-to-nose for the lead. Amy just gained 2 spots and is now in 6th. Amy and Maya are side by side for 5th place. Looks like a real showdown. The Hyper 7 is now in 1st place. Chizendashauer is gaining on Jerk Plays, closing the gap by a little over a second. Wow. The Hyper 7 really outpaced everyone else. Looks like they're the one to beat. Congratulations on the win. Wow, congratulations to the Hyper 7. They really showed us how racing is done. And a big shout out to Amy for her impressive overtakes. She can now claim that beautiful 1956 Maserati 450S. Looks like she's got some serious skills behind the wheel, even if it's virtual. Here's a fun fact for you. Back in 1970, NASCAR cars weren't quite the high-tech beasts you see today. They were mostly built with stock parts, making each car feel a bit like a modified version of your neighbor's car. It's like DIY racing before it was cool. That era was the beginning of the evolution from everyday vehicles into the roaring race monsters we cheer for now. Wow, what a classic showdown. The Ford Torino and the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Both iconic American muscle cars. But they each have their own tricks up their sleeves. The Torino is known for its straight-line power and a bit more aggression, while the Monte Carlo has that smooth handling and balance. At Donington Park GP with its twists and turns, I'd probably lean toward Joey Pastrami and his Monte Carlo. It's got a slight edge in agility on those tricky corners. But hey, Amy's Ford could surprise us with a burst of raw speed straight down the straights. Tough call. But I'd say the driver's skill combined with car dynamics might give Joey Pastrami the nudge over Amy, especially in such a technical track. Either way, it's gonna be epic to watch. Alright folks, Oguz Wolfi is sitting pretty on pole in the 1970 NASCAR class, driving a classic 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. Let's see if they can keep that lead, or if the others will catch up. Oguz Wolfi has taken the lead right out of the gate. Lebis 3 is holding strong in second place. And Maya, am sitting comfortably in third. Looks like a promising start for the top three. Official Class Elite is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to reach 14th place. Nagachat and Maya are nose to tail fighting for third. Rosigod Gaming climbs 1 spot to 7. Triad just overtook someone to take the 10th place. Wrath 92 is also climbing up to 12th. Looks like Amy and Wrath 92 are locked in a close fight for the 12th spot. Rosigol Gaming is in 8th place, driving a Mercury Cyclone. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Igener Ait is in 5th place, driving the 1972 Ford Torino. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Maya is now in 2nd place, closing the gap. Levis 3 is holding firm, but Maya is applying pressure. This race is heating up. Levis 3 is now in 2nd place, climbing 1 spot. Zinyahima has also moved up 1 spot into 7th. Rosegod Gaming and Zinyahima are nose-to-nose fighting for 7th place. Maya is currently in 3rd place, driving a 1972 Ford Torino. The race looks tight, with her holding a solid position, but no clear lead yet. Wrath 92 is driving a 1972 Ford Torino and is currently in 15th place. Looks like they're making a late push, but still quite a way back. Sepp Rendigan is driving a 1971 Chevrolet Monte Carlo. They're currently in 6th place, so they're holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead. Official Class Alive is driving an AMC Matador and is currently in 17th place. Looks like a steady but slow climb so far. Rosego Gumming is in 8th place, driving a Mercury Cyclone. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Senyahima is in 7th place, driving a Plymouth Roadrunner. Their race looks steady, but nothing exciting happening at the moment. Maya is currently in 2nd place with a Ford Torino. She's been consistently fast, but Obslofi is holding a solid lead. Looks like she's trying to close the gap. Igenarite is driving a 1972 Ford Torino and is currently in 5th place. They've been consistent with the fastest lap of 1:47.705, staying close to the top. The track's tight corners seem to favor the drivers with better handling, as seen with the Mercury Cyclone drivers holding steady. The Ford Torino drivers are pushing hard, but the Monte Carlo is holding its own at the front. Jagishat is driving a Mercury Cyclone, same as Rosa Golfgaming. They're currently in 4th place, holding steady with a decent lap time but not quite challenging the top 3. Igenarite is climbing to 4th place. Senyahima has moved up to 6th. Senyahima and Digimagacat are neck and neck for 5th. Wrath92 is driving a 1972 Ford Torino and is currently in 15th place. Their fastest lap is 1:47.945. So they're hanging in there, but not quite catching the leaders. Popcorn Slayer is driving a 1971 Ford Torino and is currently in 9th place. Their fastest lap is 1:48.222. So they're holding a steady pace but not quite catching the leaders. The NASCAR 1970 cars are pretty evenly matched here, but the track at Donington Park with its sharp turns and elevation changes might be favoring drivers with better handling skills. The top cars are close in lap times, so driver skill and race strategy are probably making the difference. Rosigol Gaming is driving a Mercury Cyclone, starting 8th and currently holding 8th place. Their fastest lap is 1 minute 48 seconds, which is a bit slower than some of the others in the top 10. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Wow, Obslofi, you really sped past everyone, didn't you? Congratulations on the win. Wow, Obslofi really pulled off an incredible victory. Way to go, you totally dominated that race. Everyone else better watch out, because it looks like you've got skills to pay the bills. Congrats again, you deserve it. Sure thing. Did you know that the Nashville Superspeedway infield track is actually designed to be a quick way for teams and cars to get from one side of the main track to the other? It's like the secret shortcut in a video game, but for race cars. It keeps things moving fast, and keeps the action exciting. Oh wow, this is quite the matchup. Abomzi's Nissan Altima from 2013 might be a reliable old chatter, but the Holden Commodore VE from 2007 has that classic muscle vibe. I mean, when it comes to raw power and a bit of that I've been around the block attitude, Slipslid Daging's car could have a slight edge. But then again, Abomzi's got the newer model which might be a tad more refined. Honestly, it's a close call, but I'd probably give the edge to the Holden for that extra punch. Let's see if technology or age wins the day. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Nashville Superspeedway infield, and leading the pack is Cloud. Surfer 69 on pole position. It's about to get interesting. Amos Gordon is leading the race, followed closely by Forty Afro in second place. Basket and Fee is currently in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. It's Saror is climbing fast, now in 19th place after overtaking 3 cars. In Body Notes and Dank Nuggins are locked in a fierce fight for 5th. Silva Gaming and Dudes Mokia Blunt are neck and neck for 9th. Beats with Kef is storming to the front, leaving 6 cars behind to claim the lead. Cloud Surfer 69 is not far behind, also slicing through 6 cars to sit in second. Dudes Mokia Blunt is making a move, overtaking 6 cars to grab 3rd place. Looks like a 3-way battle for the top spot. Silver Gaming and Dudes Mokia Blunt are nose-to-nose for 3rd place. Le Roussel is climbing up to 6th. It's Saror is making a move to 12th. Cloud Surfer 69 is catching up to Beats with Kev, closing the gap by 6 seconds. Dude Smoky Blunt is right behind Cloud Surfer 69, closing in by nearly 6 seconds. Meanwhile, Merchican Live is closing in on LeRusso, reducing the distance by over 6 seconds. Things are heating up in the mid-pack. Three 102 Gex is on a roll, climbing to 14th place. A Bombsy is closing in on Amy fast, cutting the gap by over 5 seconds. It's their Appa is also on the hunt, chipping away nearly 6 seconds from Dank Nuggins. Apes Basics Vix is climbing to 16th place. Colmatwi is advancing to 21 place. A Bombsy is moving up to 26th. Clouds of 69 is closing in on Beats with Kev. The gap is now just a little over 1.5 seconds. They are fighting hard for the top spot. Maya and its Sarar are nose to tail for 12th place, not giving an inch. Dude Smoke added Blunt just snuck into second place. Darigos is closing in on Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios. The gap shrinking by a second and a half. Darigos and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to tail for 8th. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing up to 9th place. Epic Sugar is making a move to 14th. Amy is driving a 2019 Ford Mustang in the last place, and her lap time is just under 1 minute and 9 seconds. Looks like she's struggling to keep up with the pack. Merching Live is gaining on Lyricil, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Beyond Two Dark Souls is inching closer to Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios, also reducing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Dank Nuggins has moved up 1 spot to take 8th place. Drevon 192-2X is climbing up to 14th place. Dissect Switch and Epic Sugar are locked in a fierce fight for 15th. Slipslita Gaming is advancing to 17th place. Ostronaut is driving a 2008 Ford Falcon FG. They're currently in the 22nd spot, just behind the leaders. Looks like a steady race, but they might need a little more speed to catch up. Blackbeard is climbing to 10th place. X-Basic Switch is now in 14th. Abomzi is making progress to 26th. Maya is climbing up to 11th place. Super Sigin and Slipslide Gaming are locked in a close fight for 17th. Basket and Fee is inching up to 22nd. X-Basic Switch and its Sarar are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Calmetwi has gained 1 spot and is now 22nd. Dang Nuggins has also moved up 1 spot into 24th. Beyond Two Dark Souls and Rud 3 Boy Gaming Studios are nose to nose for 8th place. X-Basic Switch is inching up to 13th. Super CD and Slipslide Gaming are locked in a close fight for 17th. Beyond Two Dark Souls is climbing to 8th place. X-Basic Switch is advancing to 12th place. Imus Gordon is moving up to 18th place. Dishonored Fox is climbing up 1 spot to take the 19th place. Super Siggy and Dishonored Fox are locked in a close fight for 19th. Dank Nuggins and Basket and TV are battling it out for 23rd. Wow! Beats with Kev just took the checkered flag. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Congrats on the win! Wow! Congratulations to Beats with Kev. That was an impressive win. Looks like all that practice paid off. I guess the AI couldn't keep up with your skills this time. Well done. Sure thing. A fun fact about the GTO racing car class is that it was created to make sports car racing more exciting and competitive in the late 1980s. It was basically a way for manufacturers to show off their muscle with cars that were just fast enough to thrill, but not so radical that they were impossible to control. It's like the sweet spot of racing classes, powerful, but still somewhat streetable, making the races unpredictable, and a lot of fun to watch. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked a car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking and we don't want any last-minute chaos. Make your choice before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever's left. Wow, this is quite the matchup. The Lotus Esprit GT1 is known for its agility and sharp handling, but the Lamborghini Diablo GT brings some serious raw power and straight-line speed to the table. If this race is more about precision and finesse around the turns, the Lotus might have the edge. But if it's about smashing down the straights and overpowering the competition, I'd lean towards the Diablo GT. Honestly, it could come down to the AI strategy more than the cars themselves. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, Jerk Plays is kicking things off from pole in the GTO class with a classic 1999 Lotus Esprit GT1. Let's see if that old school charm can hold up. Jerk Plays has shot off the line into the lead. Lukaiju is holding strong in second place, and Smurf20 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Anonymous Ninity 3 has just overtaken someone to take third place. Maya is also climbing up, now in fourth place. Smurf20 and Maya are nose to nose, fighting for that fourth spot. Maya is now in 10th place. Looks like the struggle is real. Nirguatsu is charging up to 14th after overtaking 3 cars. Its Bumblebee is also on the move, climbing to 19th with 3 more cars behind. Black Bee just made a huge move, overtaking 28 cars to take the lead. Jerk Plays and Black Bee are nose to nose for first place. And Body Notes and Toadette TV are locked in a close fight for 7th. Jerk Plays is now in first place. Le Kaiju has moved up to second. Anonymous Ninity 3 is in third. Looks like a close battle at the front. Nox Exodus is currently ahead of Amundsen by a few car lengths, so he's got the edge for now. But with only 2 laps to go, anything can happen. Yesterone 133,796 just climbed one spot to 14. Okinabaka and Zero Time Live are nose to nose for 24th. Maya is closing in on Nox Exodus. Looks like a move is imminent. Imogen Tempos and Geogina Miracles are still neck and neck. No clear winner yet. Lokayu is gaining on Jerk Place, closing the gap quickly. Blackbeard is also making moves on the Zashibi, inching closer. Wendy Tabsambunks is really having a rough time dropping back to 28th place. Riswatingyo is climbing steadily to 17th. Yian Prime is also making moves up to 18th. Wendy Tabsambung X just made a huge move, overtaking 27 cars to take the lead. Jarrett Plays and Betty Tapson-Bonkex are nose-to-nose for first place. Starbucks and Waldo are locked in a close fight for 21st. Jarrett Plays is now in first place. Lokayu has moved up to second. Anonymous Ninity 3 is in third. The race is tightening up. Lokaiju and Jerk Plays are nose to tail for the lead. Wildo and GM Prime are locked in a close fight for the last few points. Lokaiju takes the lead, claiming first place. Smurf20 is chipping away at Anonymous Ninity 3, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Maya is climbing up to 8th place, making a nice move. Jerk Plays is driving a Lotus Esprit GT1 from 1999. They're currently in second place and have the fastest lap of the race so far. So it looks like they're pushing hard and staying competitive. GamerBoss72 is gaining on Smurf20, closing the distance by almost 4 seconds. Blackbeard is inching closer to Lizashibi, just a little over a second behind now. Wenny Tapsambong 6 is driving in 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 T IV6. Their race looks pretty rough with a lap time of over 3 minutes, likely due to a major issue or mistake. Toadette TV is gaining on GamerBoss72 and closing the gap by over a second. Its Bumblebee and Triswachingyu are locked in a fierce battle for 17th place. Wildo is climbing up the field, moving into 19th position. Nox Exodus is right behind Maya now, just a second and a half away. Riswachingyu is catching up to Geomaster Thegamer 9000, closing the gap by over a second. Blackbeard is sneaking closer to Lizashibi, just over a second behind. Congratulations to Lokaiju on winning the race. Looks like someone was in a league of their own today. Wow, Lukaiju really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the victory. You must be feeling pretty proud right now. And hats off to Am and San. You not only won the bet race but also managed to pull off the most overtakes. Not too shabby. You can definitely claim that sleek 1999 Lamborghini Diablo GR looks like you're on a roll today. Sure thing. Did you know that the twin-ring Motegi Oval track is actually a part of a larger racing complex in Japan that hosts everything from IndyCar races to motorcycle events? It's like the Swiss Army knife of racing venues. And the oval itself is pretty unique because it offers a very high-speed thrill without the typical banking you'd see in many other ovals, making it a real test of skill for the drivers. So, watching these AI cars zip around it is like seeing a high-tech dance on a compact, twisty stage. Alright folks, the clock's ticking down. If you haven't picked your dream car yet, now's your chance before the AI drivers start their engines without us. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Wow, this is quite the classic showdown. Amy with her 1971 Dodge Demon 340 sounds like she's got some serious muscle behind her. The Demon was known for its straight-line speed and raw power, so she might have an edge on the oval. Buckybird's 1969 Chevrolet Nova S is no slouch either, but it's often celebrated more for its balanced handling and style. Thinking about the race, I'd give a slight nod to Amy's Dodge because of its aggressive power, but don't count out Buckybird's Nova if it handles those turns just right. This could come down to who manages to stay consistent and avoid any slip-ups. Either way, it's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, Amy is kicking things off from the front in the 1971 Dodge Demon 340. Classic muscle at its finest. Let's see if her vintage rides can keep up in this high-speed AI chaos. Buckybird has taken an early lead. I am currently in second place trying to keep up. Amy is right behind me in third. The race is heating up already. Hatsorts is on a roll, climbing to 8th place after overtaking 3 cars. Yama Priest is also making moves, now in 11th after a similar surge. Ectoplasm is not far behind, pushing up to 19th after overtaking 3 cars as well. Crystal 33 has climbed 1 spot to take 4th place. Yama Priest has moved up 2 spots to 9th. Max Spirally and Yama Priest are nose-to-tail fighting for 9th place. Spearley and Yama Priest are nose to tail for 9th place. Vin has 17. And a Better Bloke are also locked in a close fight for 13th. Tales of Strilly just gained 1 spot and is now 15. The Betty White Show just gained a spot and is now in 10th place. Vin has 17. And a Better Bloke are nose to nose for 13. Shots Fired is climbing up to 15. Yama Priest just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Shots Fired is climbing up to 13. Sesator and Tales of Strilly are nose to nose for 16. Athena CNC just overtook someone to take 25th place. Oskzerot and Athena CNC are nose to nose for the same spot. Senora Flip-Flop on 100 and 2020 moved up 1 to 28. He's now in a close fight with someone for 27th. Max Spearley and the Betty White Show are locked in a fierce dance for 10th place. Sasatori just nudged up to 16. Timburgini Tuba is creeping closer to Dongers on 3, closing the gap by a second and a half. The battle for 18th is heating up with Timburgini Tube and Dongers on 3 nose to tail. Frankworthy has overtaken someone to claim 6th place. Merchicken Live and Frankworthy are nose to tail for 6th. Shots Fired has gained 1 position and is now 12th. Shots Fired and Max Spearley are fighting hard for 11. Patswords is gaining on Yama Priest and closing the gap to just a few car lengths. The battle for 8th place is heating up with Patsors and Yama Priest fighting it out. Meanwhile, the Betty White Show is creeping closer to Patsors, looking to join the party. X-Basic Switch has moved up to 12th place. A Better Bloke is closing in on Shots Fired and has cut the gap by 1.2 seconds. The battle for 13th place is heating up between A Better Bloke and Shots Fired. Frankworthy is climbing up to 5th place. Yama Priest and Merchicken Live are nose to nose for 7. Husky Hog and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 23rd. Merchicken Live is gaining on Amy and closing the gap by 1/4 seconds. They are battling hard for 6th place. Meanwhile, Yama Priest and Merchicken Live are locked in a fierce fight for 7th. Frankworthy is gaining on Crystal 33, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Patswords is closing in on Yama Priest, reducing the gap by 1 second. Max Spearley and the Betty White Show are in a tight battle for 10th place. Shots Fired is holding on to 11th place, but Max Spearley is applying pressure right behind. Vin has 17 and X-Basic Switch X are still neck and neck for 13th place. No room for mistakes. GamerBoss 72 and Aetherplasm are trading positions in 21. Looks like a close fight there. Yama Priest is climbing nicely into 6th place. Vin has 17 is making a move into 13th. A Better Bloke is sneaking into 15th. Amy just gained 1 spot to sit in 6th place. Yama Priest and Amy are nose to nose for 6th. Max Spirelli is climbing up to 10th. Iama Priest and Amy are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like they're not giving each other an inch. Dunga at some 3 and a Beta Bloke are also locked in a close fight for 16th. Someone's going to have to blink first. Yama Priest is climbing up to 6th place. Max Spirelli is closing in on Patsors, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Max Spirelli and Patsors are locked in a close fight for 9th place. Frank Reddy is climbing to 4th place. The Betty White show is now in 10th. Sasatur has moved up to 14th. Gasatur and Vinha 17 are battling for 13th place. Yunus Gotalids and Frankurti are nose to tail for 3rd place. Merchikan Live is closing in on the top 10, now in 8th. Wow Maya, you really outpaced everyone. Looks like the finish line was just a formality for you. Congrats on the win. Wow, what a fantastic victory. Congratulations! You really showed off your skills today. I guess all those hours of practice paid off. Now, don't get too comfortable at the top. There's plenty more racing to be done. Oh, the Huatalalium Largo Antihorario track is known for its unpredictable twists and turns, making it a real challenge even for AI drivers. Fun fact is that its name roughly translates to long anti-clockwise flow, in a very literal way, which sounds fancy but basically just means it's a lot of left-handed curves that keep even the smartest bots guessing. It's like giving the cars a never-ending twisty maze to conquer. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your picks before it's too late or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI gives you. Hurry up, or I might just choose a car for you and trust me, it's not gonna be pretty. Alright. This is a classic battle of vintage vibes versus sheer racing pedigree. The 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile driven by Tetzel Tizarina. Sounds like a wild throwback. Probably a bit more unpredictable but full of character. On the other hand, Lotusos with that 1965 Lola T70 Mark I is like bringing a legendary knife to a gunfight. Sleek, proven, and probably a little more agile on the track. Given the track is Huachalalum Largo Antihorario, with all its twists and turns, I'd lean toward the Lola T70 Mark I having the edge overall. It's a bit more nimble, and its design was built for racing, not just cruising down memory lane. But hey, anything can happen in these AI races. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Huachalalum Largo Antihorio, and leading the pack is the prototype in the Prototypes 1960 class. It's the D-Fidzeres driving a classic 1968 Ford P68 from the pole position. Let's see if it can hold off the competition. D-Fidzeres has taken an early lead, with Dishonored Fox right behind in second place. That's Alti Serena is holding on to third for now. Looks like a tight start. Maya is holding steady in seventh place. Deplorable Apple is now in fifth, closing the gap. Amy is making a move to third. Yu, when he plays, is inching closer to the top 10. That's Alti Serena is closing in on the leader, now just behind by a few seconds. Dishonored Fox and That's Alti Serena are nose to tail. Looks like a battle for second is heating up. U20 plays is creeping up to the top 10, making some moves. Dishonored Fox climbs to second place. Lotusos advances 2 spots to fourth. Lotusos and That's Alti Serena are nose to nose for third. That's Alti Serena is holding a slight edge over Lotusos, but with only 2 laps to go, anything can happen. Serena's got the pace, but Lotusos isn't far behind, so it's still anyone's race. Rondon 69 just sneaked into 7th place. U20 plays is right behind, and they're about to turn this into a real showdown. Lee Roussel is driving a Porsche 906 from 1966. They're currently in 11th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet race for now. Kilo Giulietta is racing a vintage McLaren M1B from 1966. They are currently in 14th place, so it looks like a tough race for them so far. Le Roussel is racing a Porsche 906 from 1966. They're currently in 11th place, just behind Rondon 69. Looks like a steady run, but not quite enough to challenge the leaders yet. Lotusos is driving a Lola T70 Mark I, which is known for its classic design and agility. They are currently in 4th place, holding steady with a fastest lap of 10.286. Looks like they're staying competitive, but not quite catching the leaders yet. That's Alti Serena is really closing the gap on Dishonored Fox, now just a second behind. She's in Dashauer is climbing up to 11th place. Looks like they're on a roll. Amy just overtook Lotusos and is now in 4th place. Lotusos is fighting hard to regain that position. This battle for 4th is getting intense. Kilo Julia Delta just moved up one spot to 12. They're now in a close fight with Cheese in the Shower for 11. Lotusos is driving a Lola T70 Mark 1, starting in 4th place. They're currently in 5th, just behind Deplorably Apple. Looks like a close fight for that position. Kilo Juliet Del is driving a 1966 McLaren 1B. They're currently in 14th place and seem to be struggling with pace, as their lap time is over a second slower than the leader. Wow, D. Fitzgerald really took the lead and crossed the finish line first. Guess all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to D. Fizzard. That was an impressive run, and they truly deserve the win. Now, for the drivers in line to claim a car. Amy, you did the most overtakes today. So you get to claim the classic 1965 Lotus 40 from the prototype's 1960 series. Great job on the aggressive driving. Sure thing. Did you know that the 2014 Renault Formula 3.5 car was actually part of the World Series by Renault? It was built to showcase Renault's SO-inspired technology and talent development. Basically, it's like the training wheels for future Formula 1 stars, and it packs quite a punch with its V8 engine. Alright, looks like we're flying blind here, folks. Both drivers are basically mystery boxes in this race. Since we don't have much info about either of them, it's a total gamble. My guess? I'll go with the driver who looks the most confident in the virtual mirror. But honestly, it could be anyone's game. Grab your popcorn and let's see who surprises us. Alright folks, looks like Billy Scopebeam is on pole in the Formula Renault class, zooming off in a 2014 Renault Formula 3.5. Let's see if they can hold that lead. Billy Scopebeam has taken an early lead. Shotota Doroki 39 is right behind in second, and Adenat 44 is holding strong in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Natra Young Lucky is climbing nicely to 8th place. Quiz 44 is also making progress to 12th. Dimaksha 8 and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 11th. Liam and Quiz 44 are locked in a fierce fight for 12th place. Crazy Sweet Butt just gained one spot, now sitting in 17th. Maria Koblaich and Crazy Sweet Butt are nose to nose for 17th. Tron and Liam are locked in a close fight for 13th place. Gary 710 is climbing up one spot to 20. Celestial Inari is gaining 2 spots, now in 21. Aden at 44 and Château de Roca 39 are nose-to-nose for second place. Jean and Prime and Nizarab Starks are locked in a close fight for 6th. Shron is climbing up 1 spot to take 13. Shron and Quiz 44 are battling it out for 12th. Aden up 44 just snuck into second place. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 11. Max 8 and Quiz 44 are nose to tail for that 11th spot. Ikar 77 and Natural Unlucky are nose to tail for 8th place. Meanwhile, Katsuma Girl and Ikar 77 are also locked in a close fight for 9th. Shoujo Todoroki 39 and Aden at 44 are nose to tail for 2nd place. Ika 77 has climbed to 8th place. Katsuma Girl is also on the move. Now 9. Katsuma and Delia 77 are battling hard for 8th. Hermit Media and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. Katsuma Girl and Ikar 77 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Jimaxiate is climbing up to 11th, 1 spot at a time. Quiz 44 is climbing up to 11th place. Jimaxiate and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for that same spot. Alwyn Storm is narrowing the gap to Celestial Inari, now just 2.5 seconds behind. Adenat 44 just snatched the lead, claiming 1st place. Gemet is climbing up to 12th. Asheneriton and Quiz 44 are nose to nose for 12th. Lion is climbing up to 14th place. Crazy Sweetbutt is now 15. Gary 710 is inching towards 19. Gary 710 and Magical Bleach are nose to nose for 18. Shoto Todoroki 39 is holding on to 2nd place, but Belesco Bime is right on their tail. Gary 17 and Marja Koblich are neck and neck for 18. Meanwhile, 5 Snow Guys are trying to shake off Gary 710 for 19. Belesco Bime takes the lead, now in 1st place. Shoto Todoroki 39 climbs to 2nd. Gyeongcho Asheneriton advances to 12th. Demaxiite is gaining unnaturally unlucky with a quick 1.1 second improvement. Shron is also closing in on Crazy Sweetbutt, shaving off 1.2 seconds. Shron and Crazy Sweetbutt are locked in a close fight for 15th place. Maria Kobayashi just gained 1 spot and is now in 18th. 5 Inserogai and Marja Koblech are also battling it out for 18th. Givenserogai is climbing up to 18th place. Unclearly Gaming is now 19th place. Celestial Inari is catching up to 21st place. Congratulations to Belescope on winning the race. Looks like they really took the lead and didn't look back. Well-deserved victory. Wow. It looks like Belescope took the win. Congratulations on that impressive victory. Great job out there. You really drove your way to the top. A fun fact about the 1997 Volvo S40 is that it was part of Volvo's first attempt to enter the compact car market, aiming to combine safety and style in a smaller package. It might not win races with speed, but it sure knows how to make you feel safe while stuck in traffic. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time before the race begins. Don't miss out on the fun. Oh, this is a classic case of David versus Goliath, isn't it? The 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier might be a bit of a throwback, but don't underestimate its charm, or how well it can handle a race like this. On the other hand, the 1997 Volvo S40 is known for its safety and reliability. But in a race, that might not be enough to outpace an older, potentially more nimble car. Given these choices, I'd probably lean towards the Cavalier just because it's a bit more of a wild card. But honestly, with AI behind the wheels, anything can happen. And the Volvo's stability might surprise us all. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race kicks off at Deutschlandring, and leading the pack is the Ixajax team, with their 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier. Starting on pole, huh? Classic choice. Let's see if it can hold on to the lid. Ixajax has shot off the line to take the lead. The OR is holding strong in second place, and Edsonar Savage is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Terotimilayev just made a bold move, climbing 3 spots to 13th. Baylor is holding on to the lead, but Ixajax is right behind, both fighting for the top spot. Biot and Ixajax are now nose to nose for the first place. Bunnies of Doom just overtook someone to take third place. Sen Az Savage and Bunnies of Doom are nose to tail for third. Islayan and Senar Savage are locked in a close fight for fourth. Bunnies of Doom and Ixajax are nose to nose for second place. Deca Recuerdo and Xlay are trading paint for fifth. Emeraldic 98 is climbing up to 7th, leaving some behind. Senna Savage and Bunnysoft Doom are locked in a fierce fight for third place. Amy is inching closer to Maya and has cut the gap by a full second. 40 Afro is gaining on someone and has also chipped away a second. Senna Savage and Bunnysoft Doom are neck and neck for third place. Maya is climbing up one spot to 8. Vargala Svet and Maya are now in a fierce fight for 8. GamerBoss72 is dropping like a stone to 21st place. The Chaotic Weirdo is climbing steadily to 5th. Slay and the Chaotic Weirdo are nose to nose for 5th place. Looks like a battle for the ages. GamerBoss72 just blitzed through the field to take the lead. BioArt is right on their tail. Looks like a fierce duel for the top spot. BioArt is now in first place, just edging out the competition. Ixajax climbs to second, not far behind. Bunnysoft Doom moves up to third, keeping the pressure on. Senna Savage is climbing up to third place. Unstabil is making a move to 19th. Zero Timiliv is right behind Vargala Svet now, closing the gap by over a second. Unstabil just moved up one spot to 18th. GamerBoss72 is gaining on Maricus, chipping away at that 3-second KPD2. Bunnysoft Doom and Senna Savage are nose to tail for third place. Maya is climbing up to 7th. Looks like she's got a new target. Zero Team Alive and Vargala Svet are locked in a fierce duel for 9th. Emerald Tick 398 and Maya are nose to tail for 7th place. Zero Team Live is sneaking into 9th after a 1-position gain. Toadette TV is climbing up to 16th, inching closer to the front. Bunnysoft Doom and Senna Savage are neck and neck for third place. Zero Team Live just gained a spot to take 8th. Zero Team Live and Maya are locked in a close fight for 7th. Crandalive is inching closer to P12. Both the Afro and Crandalive are nose to nose for that 13th spot. Both the Afro is climbing up to 13th place. GamerBoss72 is catching Maricus, closing the gap by nearly 3 seconds. Emertic 398 is driving a 1995 Vauxhall Cavalier. They are currently in 10th place, holding steady but not making much progress. The race looks like it's a bit of a snooze fest for them so far. Zero Team Live is on a tear, overtaking 7 cars to take the lead. BioArt and Zero Time Alive are nose to tail for the top spot. Amy is closing in on Vargala Svet, chopping the gap by a second. BioArt is now in first place. Senna Savage has climbed to second. Ixajax is in third. Looks like the top 3 are swapping positions like it's a game of musical chairs. The BTCC cars seem to be dominating the front with aggressive positioning, likely benefiting from the track's tight corners. The Group N cars are trailing behind, probably struggling with handling and speed on this circuit. GamerBoss72 is closing in on zero time live like a heat-seeking missile, just a few seconds behind now. Emerald Take Through 988 is creeping up on me, not giving me a break. Wow, BioWare just took the victory? Looks like they were born to win. Congratulations on the impressive win at Deutschlandring. Wow, BioWare took the victory. Congratulations on that incredible win. You must have had some seriously smooth driving skills today. And as for the rest of you, great effort out there. Maya, you did the most overtakes, so you get to claim the classic 1993 Peugeot 405 from BTCC. It's a beauty. Well done everyone, this was a fun race to watch. Sure thing. Here's a fun fact for you. Retro street cars, racing cars, are often inspired by classic models from the 80s and 90s, but with a modern twist. They managed to blend nostalgia with high-tech engineering, making the races a delightful mix of the old and the new. It's like watching vintage movies, but with a CGI upgrade. Hey everyone, the clock is ticking down. Make your final choices now if you want your favorite car to hit the track. Don't miss out on the chance to see which one will dominate this race. Ooh, this is quite the classic versus modern showdown. The Lotus Esprit V8 from 1996 is a true classic British sports car, known for its sleek style and a decent V8 engine for its time. The Jaguar XJ2 20-son from 1993, meanwhile, is a beast in its own right, famous for being one of the fastest production cars of its era. Given the cars, I think the Jaguar might have a slight edge in raw speed and aerodynamics. But don't count out the Lotus entirely. Sometimes handling and driver AI skill can shake things up. Still, my bet is on the Jaguar to take the win here, just because of its impressive speed and racing pedigree. Who are you putting your money on? Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Paul Ricard, and leading the pack is Colmaitwe in a vintage 1994 Ferrari F355 Berlinetta F1. Clearly showing some serious style and speed right from the start. Colmaitwe has shot off the line into the lead, with Imogen Tempest holding second place. Amin-san is right behind in third, trying to find a way past. Oslo Faye is on a roll, climbing 4 places. Imogen Tempest is holding on to the lead. Amin-san is right behind in second. Amin-san just snatched the lead, taking the top spot, while Kavanagh and Colmaitwe are nose-to-nose for third place. Jay Boogie is climbing fast, moving up 2 spots to 11. Willow Shrub is climbing fast, now in 13th place after overtaking 4 cars. Trash Crashton is making progress too, now in 22nd after passing 3 cars. Wythe Kavanagh is inching closer to the front, now in 3rd place. Maya is holding steady in the top 5. Someone just overtook 1 car to take the 7th spot. Jay Boogie is climbing up to 10th. Looks like the race is heating up. Amin-san is flying up the field, overtaking 4 cars to reach 14th place. Someone just nudged up 1 spot to take 6th. Han Fattig and another driver are nose to tail for 6th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Jay Boogie is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 7th place. Amy is inching closer to the podium, now in 3rd. Someone's catching Colmaitwe fast, shrinking that gap by over a second. Jay Boogie is closing in on Colmaitwe, cutting the gap by 1.1 seconds. Someone just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Reiko Haruji is climbing up to 14th place. Jay Boogie is gaining on Colmaitwe, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Delouette is sneaking up on official class alive, cutting the distance by a second and a half. Those two are locked in a fierce fight for ninth place. While Kavanona and Amy are nose to tail for third place. Official Class Alive just overtook someone to grab 8. Mobius is inching closer to the top 10, moving up to 10th. Apex Milkbag is on a roll, climbing 8 places now. Willow Shrub just gained 1 spot, inching closer to the top 10. Grisgolfer is closing in on Rekoharu G, but still a bit of a gap to close. Jay Boogie and Colmetwe are nose to nose for 6th place. Silhouette and Willow Shrub are locked in a fierce scrap for 11th. Apex Milkbag is closing the gap on Crest Gopher, now just 1.7 seconds behind. Aminsan just made a quick jump to 10th place, overtaking 3 cars in a flash. Gebuogi is climbing up to 6th place, inching closer to the front. Mobius is gaining ground, moving up to 8th place, looking more confident. Apex Milkbag is climbing nicely into the top 12. The Dreamkeeper is inching closer to Christgopher, closing the gap by a little over a second. Cobracle is making a move into the top 21. Gable Ugi is gaining on the car ahead. Apex Milkbag is closing in fast on Henfatic. The Dreamkeeper is making a move on Christgopher. Yamobius is climbing to 7th place. Aminsen is now 9th. Apex Milkbag has gained 2 spots and is 10th. Apex Milkbag is climbing to 9th place. Christgopher is now in 15th. Cobracle and Butchie Zero are nose to nose for 20th. Apex Milkbag just nudged into 8th place. Colmetwe and Apex Milkbag are nose to nose for that spot. The Dreamkeeper is climbing 2 spots to 15th. Trash Crashton is climbing up to 17th place. Christgopher and Trash Crashton are nose to tail for 17th. Cobracle is advancing to 20th. Aminsan is closing in on Colmetwe, cutting the gap by 1.3 seconds. Christgopher has moved up 1 spot to take 17th. Oakswolfie is also up 1 spot to 18th. Wow, Aminsen just won the race? Looks like they're on a roll. Guess the competition better watch out. Wow. Amundsen really pulled ahead and took the win. Congratulations! That was some impressive driving. Since Amundsen got the fastest lap, they can now claim the amazing 1995 McLaren F1 element. Nice choice. Truly, a legend of the streets. For the other drivers, keep racing right to the end, you might still snag a car. Hey everyone! If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down and I don't want anyone to miss out on their chance to see which AI driver will dominate the race. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Wow, what a classic showdown we have here. The Porsche 908 LH Coupe is a legend known for its speed and handling, especially on straightaways. On the other hand, the Alfa Romeo T33 2 Longtail is no slouch either, with a reputation for agility and balance. Considering the race at Du Grand Sambuc, the Porsche might have the edge in raw power and top speed. But the Alfa is a bit more nimble, which could give it an advantage on some of those tricky curves. If I had to guess, I think the Porsche might just squeeze ahead, but don't count out the Alfa. It's going to be a close one. Who are you betting on? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Du Grand Sambuc with Amy leading the pack in her 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. She's sitting on pole, so let's see if she can hold that lead or if the others have a surprise up their sleeve. Buccizzero has shot off the line to take the lead. Amy is holding second place, trying to keep up. Elicitone 95 is in third, but expect some fireworks soon. Amundsen and Singoshi are nose-to-tail fighting for 5th place. Maya just gained a spot and is now 7th. Maladox FCF and Maya are locked in a close duel for 7th. Shattered Pixel is now in 3rd place, climbing 1 spot. Amundsen has moved up to 5th place, also gaining 1 spot. Shattered Pixel just overtook someone to climb into 2nd place. Yemchobi Panda and Platigami are nose to nose for 10th. This race is heating up. Elicitone 95 is just ahead of Shattered Pixel by a car length. They're trading positions every few seconds. Gami is driving a 1970 Plymouth Barracuda. They're currently in 9th place, holding steady but not making much noise. Looks like a quiet race for now. Amy is leading the race in a 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. Looks like she's holding a comfortable lead, but the race is still wide open. Maya is in 7th place with a 1968 Porsche 908 LH Coupe. The race looks tight up front with Butchizero leading and Amy close behind. You're holding steady but need to find some extra speed to climb higher. Butchizero is leading in a 1968 Alfa Romeo T33 Longtail. The car is known for its sleek design and racing heritage. Looks like they're holding a solid lead so far. Singoshi is driving a McLaren Elva Oldsmobile from 1966. They're currently in 7th place just behind me. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Elititone 1095 is closing in on Amundsen, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Maya is climbing up 1 spot to take 6th. Shattered Pixel is in 3rd place, driving a 1969 Porsche 9082 Spider. They've set the fastest lap so far and seem to be closing in on the leaders. Singoshi is driving a 1966 McLaren Elva Oldsmobile. They are currently in 7th place, close behind Maya and just ahead of Maldux Thesia. The race seems tight with a decent pace, but no major moves yet. Zikapal is driving a 1967 Mercury Cougar. Their race looks a bit off pace-wise, currently in the middle of the pack and a little behind the leaders. Madux XAF is driving a Maserati Bora Competizione from 1972. Their race seems to be a bit of a struggle with the slowest lap so far, so they might be having some trouble keeping up. Wow, Butchizero just took the win. Looks like they were in a league of their own. Congratulations on the victory. Wow, Butchizero really took the win. Congratulations on that incredible victory. You raced like a champ today. And for the drivers who can claim a car, Amundsen, you did a fantastic job. Claim the 1967 Ferrari 330P4 with the fastest lap, and also the same gorgeous car for the most overtakes. Seems like you earned both. Great work, everyone. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time. The clock's ticking down faster than a rally car on a dirt track. Make your choice before it's too late, or you'll be stuck with whatever's left over. Hurry up and be the boss of this race. Alright. This is a classic showdown of vintage racing machines. Maya in the Pacific PR02 versus its thereupper in the 40 FG01 Dundell. Honestly, both of these cars are like vintage wine, but they've aged quite differently. The Pacific PR02 was known for moderate speed but decent handling, while the 40 FG01 was often a bit more challenging to keep on track, but could surprise with a good lap. Given the Red Bull Ring's mix of sharp corners and a long straight, I'd say Maya's Pacific might have a slight edge on acceleration and cornering, but depends on how well the AI has fine-tuned these classics. I'm placing my bet on Maya in the Pacific PR02, but don't be surprised if the 40 pulls a surprise. This race is all about the vintage charm and the thrill of the chase. Alright everyone, things are kicking off at the Red Bull Ring. Sunboard Boy is starting on pole in a 1995 footwork FS16. Let's see if that classic can hold the pace or if the new guys will surprise us. Sunboard Boy has shot to the front holding the lead. Asuroni is right behind in second place. Rome Spider is in third, trying to keep up. The top three are already setting the pace. Agrit's 34 is making a nice climb up to 17th place. Asuroni just took the lead, now holding the top spot. Sunboard Boy and Asuroni are nose to tail for the race lead. Looks like a close one. Gish the Husky is dropping like a stone, now in 22nd place. Sunboard Boy is climbing steadily and is now in first place. Asuroni and Sunboard Boy are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Asuroni and Sunboard Boy are nose to nose for the lead. Rosaurus is gaining on Apex Milkbag, now just 1.9 seconds behind. Rosaurus and Apex Milkbag are fighting for the 20th spot, not giving each other an inch. Rome Spider and Asuroni are nose to tail for second place. Amy and its Sarara are locked in a fierce fight for fifth. Agrit's 34 is climbing up one spot to 15th. KZ61 just overtook someone to take third place. Amy is closing in on her next spot. Amy and Rome Spider are nose to tail for fourth place. Looks like a photo finish coming up. Maya is holding steady in seventh place. Amy and Rome Spider are neck and neck for fourth. Vladimir just climbed into the top 10. Belfanapides is inching closer to the top 15. Amy just overtook someone to move into fourth place. Bodazarar is climbing up to 17th. Lithocarp and Bodazarar are nose to nose for 17th. Maya is closing in on the racer ahead. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Zadimoigianis is holding firm but not for long if Maya has anything to say about it. Lithocarp and Bodazara are nose to nose. This could go either way. No one's giving up those positions without a fight. Geruvanen just gained a spot, and is now in 12th place. Fichte Husky and Rosaurus are nose-to-nose for 21st. Akanona and Larashaya are locked in a close fight for 24th. Wrath 92 is climbing to 13th place. Apex Milkbag and Shiro Gamarazah are nose-to-nose for 19th. Akanona is advancing to 24th. Maya is holding a solid position in the middle of the pack, but its Therapur is just ahead and gaining ground. Looks like a close finish is on the horizon. Maya is currently in the lead with a comfortable gap. Amy and tied to 61 are swapping positions like it's a dance for 3rd place. Agrid's 34 and its Therapur are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Maya is trying to make a move on Karavinin that's still stuck behind. Amy is closing in on the top 2. Looks like a 3-way fight shaping up. It's Aurora and Rome Spider are still nose to tail for 5th place. Amy and Asuroni are nose to tail for 2nd place. Apex Milkbag is climbing up to 19th. Looks like they're on a mission. Its Therapur is right behind Badazura now, just a car length away. They're battling hard for the 15th spot. Budazura better watch out or its Therapur might just sneak past. Wow! Some board boy took the checkered flag. Looks like boredom paid off big time. Wow! Congratulations to some board boy for winning the race. Clearly they have some serious driving skills, or maybe just a cheat code I haven't discovered yet. Now, for the drivers who get to claim some pretty sweet cars. Amy, you smashed the fastest lap, and are now the proud owner of the 1995 Benetton B195. That's a classic F1 beauty, perfect for showing off at your local car meet. And as for me, I won the bet race, so I get to claim the 1995 Pacific PR02. Guess I'll have to add that to my imaginary garage, right? Thanks for hanging out and watching these bot-powered beasts race around the track. If I had to pick one of these cars to win a race on the Mosport circuit, I would go with the 1971 Nissan Skyline 2000 GTR. It's got a legendary reputation for being a racing icon, with sharp handling and good power. Plus, with Mosport's mix of high-speed straights and technical turns, I think this classic Japanese beast would really shine. The other contenders are interesting but probably lack the overall balance and agility that makes the Skyline a memorable competitor. Alright everyone, get your last picks in now. The clock is about to run out, and we don't want any of those AI cars sitting on the sidelines when the race kicks off. Hurry up before it's too late. Alright, so we've got the classic muscle car against a more sporty Italian number. The Camaro Z28 is known for its brute strength and straight-line speed, but more sports turns and technical sections could challenge its handling. On the other hand, the Fiat Dino is lighter and more nimble, which might give it an edge in the twisty bits. Honestly, I'd lean toward the Camaro because its raw power can really come into play on the straights. But don't count out the Dino on the corners. It's going to be a battle between muscle and finesse. I'd say the Camaro has a slight advantage for winning overall, but it's going to be an exciting ride either way. Alright everyone, the race just kicked off at Nonstop. Anonymous Nina T3 is starting in first place, cruising in a classic 1977 Pontiac Firebird Trans Am. Let's see if that vintage beast can hold the lead. Excepcion has shot off the line, taking the lead. Anonymous Nina T3 is holding strong in second place, trying to keep up. Nulavi is in third, but expect some early battles to shake things up. Nulavi is climbing to second place. TPKPA is making a move to fourth. Henfatigan is sneaking into sixth. Bees McGee is climbing fast, now in 8th place. Bilisco Byman These McGee are nose to nose for 8th. Exoaces is inching up to 10th. Henfatic just overtook someone to move up to 5th place. Neotexum and Henfatic are nose to nose for 5th. Maija and Exoaces are locked in a close fight for 10th. TPKA and an Anonymous Nina T3 are nose to nose for 3rd place. Tangodaki TTV has gained 2 spots and is now in 5th. Exoaces is climbing up 1 spot to 9th. Henfatic just moved up 1 spot to take 5th place. Henfatic and TPPPA are battling hard for 4th. Tangodaki TTV and Henfatic are also fighting for 5th. Tangodaki TTV is on a roll, climbing to 3rd place. Balsamic Vint 183 and Grampy Juraf are also making moves, sneaking into the top 15 and 18 respectively. Gmaxi just overtook someone to move into 8th place. Imogen Tempus is climbing steadily to 10th. Balsamic Vint 183 and Maya are nose to tail for 12th. Looks like a close one. Tangodaki TTV is right behind Nulavai now. Looks like a move is imminent. Balsamic Vint 183 is climbing to 12th place. Bunnysoft Doom is making a charge to 13th. Tangodaki TTV is closing in on Nulavai, chipping away at the gap by 2.2 seconds. Henfatic is climbing up 1 spot to take 4th place. Anonymous Nina T3 and Henfatic are locked in a close fight for 4th. Defense is on a roll, climbing 5 spots to 12. Celestialinari is catching up fast, overtaking 4 cars to reach 15. TPPA is closing in on Anonymous Ninity 3, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Celestialinari is climbing fast, now in 12th place after overtaking 3 cars. Amy is making her move, now in 15th after passing 4. Amin-san is also on the rise, now in 16th after overtaking 5 cars. Tangadaki TTV is climbing to 2nd place. Nulavi and Tangadaki DTV are nose to nose for 2nd. G-Maxite is inching up to 6th. Maya is holding steady in 7th place. Amy is now in 14th place after climbing 1 spot. Uncle Tobin has moved up to 17th, also gaining 1 position. Figure-8 Sport has made a 2-spot jump to 18th. Looks like Uncle Tobin and Figure-8 Sport are nose-to-nose battling for 17. Nolavier just overtook someone to take 2nd place. G-Maxite is climbing up to 5th. Exoaces and TPPPA are nose-to-nose for 7. Neo Texum is closing in on Pumpkinoflurry fast, just 12.5 seconds behind now. Nulavi is chipping away at Excepcion, only 1.2 seconds apart. Exoaces is climbing up the field, moving up 2 spots to take 6th place. Bees McGee is really having a rough time dropping down to 22nd place. Pumpkinoflurry is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 23rd. TPKPA is making progress, inching up 1 spot to 7th. Imogen Tempus just overtook someone to take 8th place. Imogen Tempus and TPPPA are nose-to-nose for 7th. Bunnies Off Doom and Anonymous Ninity 3 are locked in a close fight for 9th. Imogen Tempus just overtook someone to take 7th place. Bunnies of Doom is closing in on 8th place after moving up 2 spots. TPKA and Bunny Soft Doom are nose-to-nose for 8th position. Looks like a close fight. Tangadaki TTV is now in 2nd place and closing in on the leader. Excepcion and Tangadaki TTV are still nose-to-nose for the top spot. Amin-san has advanced 1 position to 14. Wow! Tangadaki TTV, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on the win, champion! Wow! Congratulations to Tangaducky TTV on winning the race. Great job out there. And for Amin-san with the most overtakes, you get to claim the classic 1973 Holden Monaro GTS. That's a pretty sweet ride for all that aggressive maneuvering. Keep up the awesome racing, everyone. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and agility. Weatherfield Speedway looks like a twisty, fast-paced circuit with sharp corners and quick transitions, so a car that can grip the road and respond swiftly to driver inputs will have the upper hand. Power is nice, but without control, you'll just be sliding off into the barriers. Balance and precision are what you want here to stay ahead and make those clean, swift passes. Alright everyone, listen up. At the end of each month, we'll be posting the driver stats to our Google Drive. So, if you're curious about how your favorite AI racers are doing, that's where you'll find all the juicy details. To be included in the end of month stats, a driver must have completed at least 50 races during that month. So, keep racing if you want to be counted. And if you're interested in checking your personal stats anytime, just type !stats in chat, and you'll see how you're doing. Be sure to look at the Discord for the full report once it's out. Hey there, aliasix988. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you back for some more AI car racing action. Get ready for some serious high-speed chaos. Hey there! If you're enjoying the chaos of these AI cars racing, make sure to hit that follow button so you don't miss any of the fun. Trust me, you won't want to miss what comes next. Join the party and stay tuned. Hey everyone! Just a quick heads up that there's a similar stream going on right now, over at AI Racing Tab hosted by my good friend, Amy. You can race along on both streams at the same time and really test your multitasking skills. If you want the link, just type !Twitch in chat and you'll get it right away. So enjoy the chaos and may the best driver win. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock's ticking down fast, so get those selections in before your chance zooms away. Don't miss out on the ride of a lifetime. Alright, so we've got LESX988, who's a bit of a long shot with only 1 win out of 10 races. Their rank suggests they're not exactly dominating the field. But hey, at least they've got some experience under their belt. Tryhard Triad is a mystery. No data, no wins, no clues. It's like betting on the dark horse that might just surprise us, or crash spectacularly. I'd say, based on the stats, I'm leaning toward LESX98, having a slight edge. But honestly, with so little info on Tryhard Triad, it's probably going to be a wild ride. Let's see if experience or mystery wins the day. Alright, everyone. The race is underway at Weatherfield Speedway thanks to a request from me. The car on pole is driving a classic 1977 Porsche 936 in Group 6, so get ready for some vintage speed. Let's see if it can hold the lid. Starting line in the top 3 are Arafael leading, JC Productions in second, and Meg Scoring Life holding third. Looks like a classic front-runner battle shaping up. Neg's Boring Life just overtook someone to grab second place. Neg's Boring Life and A. Raphael are nose to nose for the lead. Morning Starsel is climbing fast, now in 5th after gaining 2 spots. Basketin TV is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 27th place. Neg's Boring Life has just taken the lead, now in 1st place. Medisberry is also climbing, moving up 1 spot to 7th. Mikkel Broadcast is climbing up to 3rd place. JC Productions and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to nose for that spot. Trihar Triad is advancing to 9th place. Beats with Kef and Morning Starsel are nose to nose for 5th place. Trihar Triad and Caffeinated Car are locked in a close fight for 8th. Eliasx98 is climbing up to 10th. Eliasx98 and Trihar Triad are battling for 9th. Beats with Kef and Morning Starsel are nose to nose for 5th place. Trihar Triad just gained a spot to take 8th. Caffeinated Car and Trihar Triad are now locked in a close fight for 8th. Beats with Kev just climbed 2 spots to take 4th place. Trihar Triad and Medisberry are nose to nose fighting for 7th. Caffeinated Car and Trihar Triad are also in a close duel for 8th. Trihar Triad just overtook someone to move into 7th place. Eliasx98 and Caffeinated Car are nose to tail for 9th. Maya and Amy are swapping positions in the 13th spot. Mikkel Broadcast is closing in on the Raphael, cutting the gap by 1.5 seconds. Eliasx98 is climbing 2 spots to reach the 8th place. Maya is moving up 1 spot to the 13th position. Trihar Triad and Morning Starsel are neck and neck for 6th place. Caffeinated Car has climbed 1 spot to 9th. Dor Rogue is cutting down the distance to Amy by 1.2 seconds. Ira Raphael is chipping away at Meg's Boring Life, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Trihar Triad just climbed 1 spot to sit in 6th. Morning Starsel and Trihar Triad are nose to tail for 6th place. Mikkel Broadcast is climbing up to 2nd place. A. Raphael and Mikkel Broadcast are nose to nose for 2nd. Trihar Triad is inching closer to the top 5. Mikkel Broadcast and Meg's Boring Life are neck and neck for 1st place. Wolf's Light and Embody Notes are fighting hard for 25th. Basketinti and Blaming Buddha are locked in a close duel for 27th. Next Boring Life is really having a rough time dropping to 13. Autoleatorius is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 26. Ira Fail is making a strong push, now leading the race at the top. La Gran Enchanta just overtook someone to move into 13th place. Amy is right behind in 14th place. They're neck and neck for 13. Elias 988 is driving a 1977 Renault Alpine, a 442B. They are currently in 6th place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute, 48 seconds, which is pretty competitive. Looks like they're holding their own but not quite challenging for the lead. Nico Broadcast is closing in on Beats with Kev, cutting the gap by 2.2 seconds. They are neck and neck for 2nd place. Wolf's Light is climbing up 1 spot to 26. Wolf's Light and In-Body Nodes are battling for 25th. Vagrant Enchanter and Amy are now fighting for the same spot, just a few car lengths apart. Waffling Gottes is gaining on Era Special, closing the gap steadily. Aminzan just gained a spot to take 11th place. The Grand Enchanter is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Yesteron 33,796 is moving up 1 spot to 19th. Atelier Torias is making a move, climbing 3 spots to 24th. Triad is inching closer to the podium, now in 3rd place. Nico Broadcast and Triad are locked in a close duel for 3rd. Solichad Donanidi 1 is making a strong push, climbing to 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Americas is also on the move, passing 4 cars and now in 19th place. Nihegi Broadcast and Triad are locked in a close duel for 3rd place, so keep an eye on that battle. Nico Broadcast is climbing up to 3rd place. Elias 988 is now in 4th. Nadisberry is closing the gap on Morning Starsel, cutting it down by 3 seconds. Technesty just nudged into 8th place. Nadisberry and Technesty are nose to nose for that spot. Waffling Godders is climbing to 20th. Looks like a tight race behind the leaders. Nico Broadcast is climbing up to 2nd place. Morning Starsel is now in 6th. Nadisberry has moved into 8th. Atelier Torias is gaining on Ear Spatial, closing the gap by 1 second. Basket and Fee has climbed 1 spot to 27. Lin Shay caught 21. Is closing in on Blaming Buddha, narrowing the distance by almost 3 seconds. Maya is closing in on Flinchia caught 21 fast, cutting the gap by 8 seconds. Elias 988 and Beats with Kev are nose to nose for 3rd place. Morning Starsel is making a move up 1 spot to 5th. Triad is having a rough time dropping to 12th place. Maya is closing in on Flinchy caught 21, cutting the gap by over 6 seconds. Elias 988 is climbing up to 3rd place, making some moves. Beats with Kev is climbing to 3rd place. Vagrant Enchanter is also moving up to 8th place. Caffeinated Car and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to nose for 8. Beats with Kev is inching closer to Mikkel Broadcast, closing the gap by 140 seconds. ER Special is gaining on Waffling Gottes. chopping 3.3 seconds off the gap. Ill. Looks like those two are about to turn this into a tight duel for the 21st spot. Beats with Cave is inching closer to Mikkelbrokast, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kilo Juliet Delta is making a move on Dor Road, closing in by 2.9 seconds. Zoricha Domin 81 and Gesterone 133,796 are locked in a fierce duel for the 17th spot. Nadisperi is on a roll, climbing to 4th place after overtaking 3 cars. Baskitten Fee is making moves too, jumping up 3 spots to 24th. Krandelive is closing in fast on Baskitten Fee, chopping down the gap by 16 seconds. Morningstarsel is closing in on Beats with K, cutting the gap by 140 seconds. Aminzan is climbing up to 9th place. Meg's Boring Life is moving up to 11th. Meg's Boring Life and Vagrant Enchanter are locked in a tight fight for 10th. Americas is racing a 1972 Maserati Bora Competizione. They're currently in the 20th place and seem to be struggling with lap times around 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Looks like a tough race for them so far. Nadisperi is chipping away at Morningstarsel's lead, closing in by nearly 3 seconds. Amundsen just climbed 1 spot and is now in 8th place. Looks like Amy and Amundsen are locked in a close fight for 8th, keeping things interesting. Meg's Boring Life is climbing fast into 8th place. Blaming Buddha is also making a move, now in 23rd. And Maya is on a roll, overtaking 4 cars to land in 24th. GC Productions is climbing up to 3rd place. Caffeinated Car is now in 4th. Amundsen is knocking on the top 5 door. Taknesty advances to 8th place. Mikkelbrokast climbs to 10th. Trihartriat is closing the gap on Elias S98 by 2.6 seconds. JC Productions is closing in on Morningstarsel, looking to make a move. Mikkelbrokast is chipping away at Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap nicely. Maya is climbing up to the 22nd spot, making some progress. JC Productions is closing in on Morningstarsel with a 3.5 second gap. Do tell. Amy has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. The Grand Enchanter is also up 1 spot, now in 8th. Maya is on the move, climbing up to the 18th place after overtaking 3 cars. Morningstarsel is closing in on Beats with Kev, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Meg's Boring Life has gained 1 spot, now sitting in 6th place. Blaming Buddha is on a roll, climbing to 21st place after overtaking 3 cars. Morningstarsel is closing in on Beats with Kev. chopping the gap by 2.7 seconds. Amundsen just moved up one spot to 4th place, making a little progress. Crandalive is climbing fast, now in 22nd place after overtaking 3 cars. Linchikot Wendywan is also on the move, passing 4 cars to sit just behind at 23rd. Amundsen is closing in on JC Productions, shrinking the gap by nearly 4 seconds. The Grantenchanter is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Autoliartorius is closing the gap on Gesterun 133,796 fast, shaving off 5.3 seconds. Taknesti just moved up one spot to 6th. Morningstar is closing in on Beats with Kev, cutting the gap by nearly 13 seconds. Next Boring Life is dropping back, now in 15th place. Taknesti is climbing up, now in 5th position. Morningstar just took the lead and is now in 1st place. GAC Productions is climbing up to 2nd. Amundsen is also making moves, and is now in 3rd. Looks like the top 3 are all on the rise. Nikhil Broadcast is climbing up to 6th place. The Grantenchanter is now in 7th after moving up one spot. Meg's Boring Life is gaining on Dor Rogue, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Linchikot 21 just made a bold move and is now in 20th place. Hilo Juliet Del and Gesterone 133,796 are right behind, both climbing up 3 spots as well. Looks like a tight scramble for the back. Autoliartorius is gaining fast on Maricus, now just a few seconds behind. JC Productions is inching closer to Morningstar Soul. Nico Broadcast is creeping up on Amy, but still a second and a bit to go. Taknesti is closing in on Amundsen fast, just 6.6 seconds behind now. Beats with Cave has moved up one spot to 7th. Next Boring Life also gained one spot, now in 14th. Maya is holding steady in 5th place. Amy is now in 2nd, closing the gap. Nikhil Broadcast is right behind her in 3rd. Beats with Kev just moved up to 6th. The race is heating up at the front. Ayurfail is on a roll, climbing to 6th place. Medisperi is right behind, also making moves to 7th. Elias 988 is catching up fast, now in 8th. The race is heating up. Nico Broadcast is closing in on Amy, and the gap is shrinking fast. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Amundsen and the distance is closing quickly. Trihatria just moved up one spot to 12th place, making some moves. Beats with Kev is now just behind Nico Broadcast, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Ilyazix 988 is catching up to Mattisberry, closing the gap by 1 second. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Amundsen, also closing the gap by 1 second. Taknesty is closing in on Tryhard Triad, cutting the gap down to just a second and a half. Kilo Juliet Del has climbed one spot to 18th place. Grand 11 Kilo Juliet Delta are nose-to-nose fighting for 18th. Nico Broadcast is closing in on Amy Inch, shrinking the gap by 1.5 seconds. Elias X988 and Mattisbury are nose-to-nose for 7th place. Caffeinated Car and Amundsen are locked in a tight duel for 10th. Mattisbury is gaining on Rafael fast, closing the gap by nearly 20 seconds. Amy is inching closer to Morningstar, just 140 seconds behind now. Caffeinated Car has climbed one spot and is now in 10th place. Kilo Julieta is gaining fast on Solid 91, closing the gap by over 5 seconds. Amy is catching up to Morningstar, but only by 2.5 seconds. Nico Broadcast is inching closer to Amy, with just over a second to go. Amy is almost on Morningstar's tail now, just a few seconds behind. I'm closing in on N-body notes. Not much time left before I catch up. Elias X988 is gaining on Rafael, but only by a second and a half. Nico Broadcast is climbing up to 2nd place. Beats with Kev is also moving up to 3rd. Rafael is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, shrinking the gap by just over a second. Nico Broadcast is now in 1st place. Beats with Kev has moved up to 2nd. Vagrant Enchanter has climbed 2 spots to 3rd. Nadisbury is closing in on JC Productions, cutting the gap by 5 seconds. Elias X988 is climbing 2 spots to 5th place. JC Productions is also moving up 2 spots to 7th. Rafael just sneaked into 3rd place. Amundsen is climbing up to 10th. Amundsen and Caffeinated Car are nose-to-nose for 9th. Looks like a battle for the bottom of the top 10. Elias X988 is chipping away at the Vagrant Enchanter's lead, closing the gap by a second. Tryhard Triad is climbing up to 11th place, catching up to Amy in a tight battle for that spot. Elias 988 is closing in on Vagrant Enchanter, chipping away at the gap by 1.2 seconds. Amundsen has just moved up 1 spot to 9th place. Tryhard Triad is also climbing 1 position to 10th. Rafael is really closing the gap on Beats with Kev, cutting it down by 1.6 seconds. Elias 88 is also on the move, closing in on Vagrant Hunter by 1.2 seconds. Meg's Boring Life just climbed 1 spot to take the 13th position. Hey Naibe, welcome back to the stream. Glad you could join us again. We've got some crazy AI car races going on right now, so buckle up and enjoy the show. Maya is closing in on Wolf's Light fast, now just 5 seconds behind. Nadisbury is gaining on JC Productions, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Tryhard Triad has moved up 1 spot to 9, climbing the ranks. Maya is making a move, now in 21st after overtaking 3 cars. Elias 98 is chopping down the distance to the Grunt Enchanter by 2 seconds. Triad is closing in on Mattisbury even faster, cutting the gap by 2.4 seconds. Maya is gaining on Mericus fast, now just a few seconds behind. Elias X988 is catching the Grand Enchanter steadily. Amin Sun is inching closer to Triad as well. The Grand Enchanter is gaining on AI Raphael, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Morning Starsel is narrowing in on Elias X988, cutting the distance by 1.1 seconds. Amy is climbing up 1 spot to take the 10th position. Morning Starsel is closing in on Elias X988, the gap shrinking by 1.2 seconds. Solichadovninity 1 is gaining on Door Rogue, closing the distance by 1.6 seconds. I am moving up 2 spots to take the 8th place. Beats Litkev is narrowing the distance to Miko Broadcast. Less than a second now. Morning Starsel has climbed to 5th place. JC Productions is closing in on Elias X988, inching closer by 1.6 seconds. Irafai is inching closer to Beats Litkev, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. JC Productions is gaining on Elias X98, reducing the distance by 1.7 seconds. Next Boring Life is catching up to Taknesty, cutting the gap by 3.6 seconds. Morning Stars is gaining on Vagrant Enchanter, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Triad is chipping away at Mattisbury, now less than 3 seconds behind. And I am inching closer to Solid Shidamuni 1, closing the distance by 3.5 seconds. Things are heating up. The Grand Enchanter just overtook someone to climb into 3rd place. Raphael and Vagrant Enchanter are nose to tail, fighting for that 3rd spot. Amy is closing in on Triad, cutting the gap by over 2 seconds. Morningstar is gaining on Raphael, closing the gap by almost 3 seconds. Maya is inching closer to Door Rogue, chipping away at the lead by a little over 2 seconds. Morningstar is closing in on Raphael, cutting the gap by 1.2 seconds. Triad is climbing up to 8th place. Amy is moving up to 9th place. Elias 98 is chipping away at Morningstar's lead, closing in by 1.6 seconds. Aminzan is climbing up to 10th place. Taknesty is also on the move, grabbing 11th. JC Productions is gaining on Elias X98, but still a good distance ahead. Triad is right behind JC Productions now, not giving up. I am closing in on Dorogue, but still some work to do. Morningstar is gaining on Rafael, closing the gap by almost 10 seconds. Rogue is catching up to Caffeinated Car, reducing the distance by over 8 seconds. Aleatorius is also closing in on Maracas, matching Rogue's pace with an 8-second reduction. Beats with Kev is closing in on Mikkel Broadcast, cutting the gap by a full second. GC Productions is gaining on Morningstar, closing the distance by 140 seconds. Taknasti is climbing up to 8th place, overtaking someone on the way. Caffeinated Car is climbing up to 13th place. Maya is narrowing the gap to Rogue by 2.2 seconds. Rafael is creeping up on Vagrant Tanter, closing the gap by 140 seconds. Triad is inching closer to JC Productions, cutting it down by 1 second. Meg's Boring Life is catching up to LESX 988, narrowing the distance by 1.5 seconds. Beats with Kef is closing in on Mikkel Broadcast fast enough to make it a real race. Morningstar and Rafael are locked in a fierce duel for 4th place. Rogue just gained a spot, climbing to 14th. Elias 988 is gaining on Amy fast, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Mai just climbed 1 spot to 15th place, making some moves. The Grand Enchanter is right behind Beats with Kev now, just a blink away. Meg's Boring Life is catching up to Elias X98. Not much left to overtake. And Maya is closing in on Rogue. Looks like a move might be coming soon. Well, look at that. Mikkel Broadcast took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Nice job. Wow! Mikkel Broadcast really pulled off an incredible win. Congratulations! That was some seriously impressive driving. Looks like all those virtual miles finally paid off. Well deserved. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 1964 Porsche 901 would likely have the edge. It's a lightweight, agile sports car with a reputation for good handling and balance, which are key on a tricky circuit like Bremgarten. Plus, it's got the right combination of power and finesse to navigate those challenging corners. The classic Porsche looks might be deceiving, but they're typically quick on their feet. Alright everyone, the clock is ticking. Make your choices now or forever. Wonder what could have been in that elusive race car? Don't say I didn't warn you. Alright, we've got a classic beauty versus a slightly newer model. The Ferrari from 1951 definitely has that vintage charm and racing pedigree. But the Triumph from 1962 might surprise us with a bit more modern engineering. It's a tough call because the Ferrari's power and prestige are undeniable. But the Triumph's lighter frame could make it more nimble on Bremgarten's twists and turns. My guess? The Ferrari might just edge it out in the straightaways, but don't count out the Triumph's agility. It's going to be a fun race to watch. Alright folks, the race has just kicked off at Bremgarten, and Kickaslady X3 is starting right at the front. In a 1971 Ford Escort Mark I RS1 1600. Classic car, classic attitude. Let's see if she keeps that position or if the vintage charm can't handle the speed. Naiba has shot off the line to take the lead. Kickaslady X3 is holding strong in second place. Unstabil is hanging on in third. But watch out, the pack is closing in. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Bufina 19 are still locked in a fierce fight for 6th place. Bugote is sneaking into 8th place, inching closer to the top. Dokidoki Bray is climbing up to 12th, making some progress. Princess Wildface is driving a 1971 Ford Escort Mark RSN 1600. They are currently in 18th place and seem to be struggling a bit, likely stuck behind some slower cars. Unstabil is climbing to 2nd place. Bufini 19 is closing in on its Bumblebee, cutting the gap by a second. Bubote is moving up to 7th. Bufina 19 and its Bumblebee are nose to nose for 5th place. Lazy Towner is climbing 2 spots to 9th. Amy is making a move up 1 spot to 17th. Ixrig Ragnaroks is climbing fast, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Bufina is making moves up 1 spot to 5th. Bufina and JZL Gaming are nose to nose for 4th place. Looks like a close fight. Bufina 18 is now in 4th place. Bubote has moved up to 6th. Prodigy Plays 58 is closing in on Lazy Towner, cutting the gap by 1.6 seconds. Bufina 18 is gaining on Kikasledy X3, closing the gap by over a second. Bubote just overtook someone to sit in 5th. Ateliatorius is also closing in on X Ragnaroks, matching Bufina 19's pace with a 1.1 second reduction. Kikasledy X3 is gaining on Unstable, closing the gap by over a second. Ateliatorius is also making moves, closing in on X Ragnaroks by a little more than a second. Bufina 19 is climbing up to 3rd place. Kikasledy X3 and Bufina 19 are neck and neck for 3rd. Ateliatorius is closing in on X Ragnaroks, cutting the gap by over a second. Bubote is closing in on Kikasledy X3, chipping away at the gap by 130 seconds. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is climbing up the ranks, moving up 1 spot to take 7th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and JZL Gaming are locked in a close fight for 6th place. Bufina is gaining on Unstable, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Bubote is catching up to Kikasledy X3, also reducing the distance by 1.3 seconds. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross has moved up 1 spot to 6th place. Bufina 19 is closing in on Unstable, closing the gap by 2.9 seconds. Bubote is gaining on Kikasledy X3, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lazy Towner and JZL Gaming are in a tight battle for 7th place. Bufina 19 is climbing to 2nd place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is narrowing the gap to Bubote by over a second. X Ragnaroks is chipping away at Prodigy Plays 58's led by a little over a second. Kikasledy X3 is really pushing, closing the gap on Unstable by almost 4 seconds. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is gaining on Bubote, shaving off a little over 2 seconds. Lazy Towner is climbing up to 7th place, making moves in the midfield. Bubote is gaining on Kikasledy X3, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. They are battling hard for 4th place. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is closing in on Bubote, cutting the distance by 1.5 seconds. This race is heating up. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross is gaining on Bubote. X Ragnaroks and JZL Gaming are neck and neck for 9th place. Its Bumblebee is closing the distance on X Ragnaroks, cutting it down by 2 seconds. Autoleatorius is driving a 1966 Lotus Cortina, a classic that's known for its agility. They're currently in 6th place, which isn't bad, but they're not exactly charging forward either. Looks like a steady race so far. Ubute just moved up 1 spot to take 4th place. Iron Cross Wooden Cross is closing in on Kickus Lady X3, chipping away at the gap by 1.6 seconds. Prodigy Place 58 is also making a move on Lazy Towner, closing the gap by 1 second. Ubute is really pushing, closing in on Unstable by 1.7 seconds. X Ragnaroks is on a tear, closing the gap to Prodigy Place 58 by 3.4 seconds. Its Bumblebee is climbing up to 10th place, moving up 1 spot. Iron Crossor Wooden Cross and Kickus Lady X3 are battling fiercely for 5th place. X Ragnaroks is gaining fast on Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by 1.3 seconds. Bufina Niptine takes the lead, claiming 1st place. Unstabil is closing the gap on 90, shaving off 3.4 seconds. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross moves up to 5th, climbing the ranks. X Ragnaroks and Prodigy Place 58 are neck and neck for 8th place. Bean Streams just gained 1 spot and is now in 12th. Jade Silgaming and Bean Streams are also fighting hard for 12th. Ubute is really pushing to catch Unstable, closing the gap by a full second. X Ragnaroks is climbing up to 8th place. Tokido Kibre is also on the move, grabbing 10th. Tokido Kibre is gaining on Prodigy Place 58, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Princess Wildface and Auto Artorias are locked in a fierce fight for 17th place. Wow. Bufina 19, you really outpaced everyone. Congratulations on the win. Clearly you're the fastest in the bunch. Wow! Bufina 19 took the victory. Congrats on that win. You clearly know your way around the virtual racetrack. As for Naibi, you've earned yourself a pretty sweet prize with that vintage Ferrari. Time to add a classic to your collection. If I had to pick one of these cars to dominate the Super 8 circuit, I'd probably go with the Lotus 77. It's known for its innovative aerodynamics and versatility. While these cars are all from the same era, the Lotus 77's design gave it a bit of an edge in handling and speed. Plus, it looks pretty sleek, which always helps boost confidence when you're racing against vintage legends. So, I put my money on the Lotus to finish first, leaving the rest in the dust. Alright everyone, the clock's ticking. If you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to get those selections in before the race starts. Don't make me choose for you. Trust me, I might pick the one that looks the fastest, but actually is the slowest. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown. Trihat Triat in the vintage Brabham B T45 versus Dr. Felix in the McLaren M26. Both cars are from the same era, but have their own quirks. The Brabham has that nostalgic charm and a solid reputation for handling, but the McLaren was known for its speed and agility. Considering the AI driving styles and the car's characteristics, I would lean slightly towards the McLaren M26 pulling ahead in this race. It's got that little extra edge in raw speed. But don't count the Brabham out just yet. This one's going to be close and exciting. Let's see who takes it. Alright folks, right out of the gate we have Amy leading the pack in that classic 1976 Ensing 176, starting on pole at the Super 8 track. Things are already looking interesting. The race kicks off with Amy leading the pack, followed closely by Trihat Triat in second place and Dr. Felix holding on to third. Looks like Amy is trying to set the pace early on. Pani 3 and Maya are nose to tail for 5th place. Leuyum just nudged into 8th. HP Lootcraft is climbing to 10th and is now in a scrap with Oldrino for 9th. Princess Wiltface is climbing to 6th place. Leuyum and Pani 3 are battling for 7th. HP Lootcraft is moving into 10th. Awildraino is driving a Penske PC3 and is currently in 8th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Dr. Felix is currently in 3rd place with a McLaren M26. Their fastest lap is a solid 27.257. So they're pushing hard. Looks like a strong race so far. Maya is currently in 5th place with the Penske PC3. Her fastest lap is a 27.605, so she's holding a decent pace but not quite challenging the top. Looks like she's staying close but needs a bit more to overtake the cars ahead. Dr. Felix is making a move with the fastest lap, but he's still 3 places behind the leader. Amy is leading comfortably in the Ensign in 176. She's setting the pace with the fastest lap so far and looks like she's in control of this race. Dr. Felix is making a strong move with the fastest lap, but he's still 3 places behind the leader. Alvildrino is driving a Penske PC3, currently in 10th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress. Alvildrino is making a strong push with the fastest lap, but he's still stuck behind Pate. He's got the pace, just needs to find a way around. The F1 1976 cars are pretty evenly matched, but the track seems to favor those with better handling and acceleration. The top drivers are staying close, so it's all about finesse and avoiding mistakes. Triat is holding a slim lead over Dr. Felix, but Felix's fastest lap is significantly quicker. It's shaping up to be a close finish. Dr. Felix is in 3rd place with a McLaren M26. Looks like they're holding steady and pushing for a podium finish. Liam is driving a Shadow DN5B and has moved up from 9th to 7th place. Looks like they're gaining ground and making some moves. Maya's Penske PC3 is in 5th place, and her fastest lap is just a bit behind the leader. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite catching the front runners yet. Princess Wildface is driving a Shadow DN5B, currently in 7th place. Looks like she's gaining ground with the fastest lap among the Shadows. Her race seems to be on the rise. Pani 3 is driving a Hesketh 308D, which is known for its unique design and quirky handling. They're currently in 8th place, holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Pani 3 is driving a Hesketh 308D, known for its distinctive design and quirky handling. They're currently in 8th place, hanging just behind the top 7, but their fastest lap is a bit slower than some of the others. Looks like they're holding their own, but might need a push to climb higher. Maya and Tibom are nose-to-tail fighting for 4th place. Alvildrino just snuck into 10th position, inching closer to the top 10. The track seems to favor those with consistent lap times, especially Liam and Princess Wildface, who are closing in on the leaders. Overtakes might come down to who manages the corners better. Amy is leading comfortably in her Ensign N176, holding a steady pace and maintaining her top position. Looks like she's got this race under control so far. Wow, Amy really took the checkered flag. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Wow, Amy really pulled that one off, didn't they? Congratulations, Amy. That was some impressive driving. Looks like all that practice paid off. Can't wait to see what you do next. Sure thing. Did you know that GTE racing cars are like the supermodels of the racing world? They're built to look sleek and stylish, but are also incredibly tough behind the scenes. They have to balance extreme speed with durability because they race for hours on end and still look good doing it. Basically, they're the fashionistas of the track that also means serious business. Oh, this is a good matchup. The BMW M6 GT-LM is known for its power and handling, especially on twists and turns. The Ford GT-LM GT, on the other hand, has a reputation for speed and agility, particularly on straights. Since the race is at Autodromo de Franciacorta, which has a mix of tight corners and fast sections, I'd say it might come down to who handles the track better. Zachary TV with the BMW could have an advantage in the corners if he can keep his speed up. But Toadette TV's Ford might just blow past on the straightaways. Honestly, I'm leaning slightly towards Toadette TV's Ford getting that edge. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen, especially if one of them decides to take an unexpected racing line. Let's see how it plays out. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Autodromo de Franciacorta with Tales of Sturley in pole position. They're driving a 2015 Chevrolet Corvette C7R in the GTE class. Let's see if they can hold on to that lid. Tales of Sturley is leading the race, followed closely by SS Davin Games in second place. Amy is holding on to third for now. Let's see if anyone can shake up this top trio early on. Popcorn Slayer is on fire, climbing 3 spots to 15th. Trash Crashton is having a rough patch, dropping 7 places to 21st. S. Avon Games is holding strong at the front, moving up 1 spot to take the lead. Tales of Sturley just made a bold move to take the lead. Trash Crashton is not far behind, climbing through the pack. S. Davin Games and Trash Crashton are now nose to nose for second place. S. Davin Games is climbing fast to take the lead. Zachary TV is also making a move to second place. Amy is sneaking into third, not bad at all. U20 Plays is climbing up to 16th place. Trash Crashton is catching Cthulhu Kachu, closing the gap by over 2 seconds. Tales of Sturley is gaining on Trash Crashton, closing the gap by 3.5 seconds. Amy is currently in third place with a 2020 Chevrolet Corvette C8R. Looks like she's holding steady, but no major moves yet. Lakayu is driving a 2016 Ford GT LM GTE and is currently in 7th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. Wayne Bretsky is driving a BMW M8 GTE and is currently in 4th place. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite close enough to challenge the leaders yet. Zachariah TV is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GTL. They're holding 2nd place and have a fastest lap of 15.839. So they're clearly pushing hard, but still a bit behind the leader. Le Kaiju is driving a 2016 Ford GTLM GTE and is currently in 7th place. They've been pretty consistent with the fastest lap, just under 1:16.9. Looks like they're holding their own in the middle pack. Senyahima is driving a BMW 125 IM Sport ATC A-Class car. They're currently in 11th place, but their lap time is significantly slower than the GTE cars, so it looks like they're struggling to keep up. Immobius is driving a 2016 Mini Cooper Cup. They're currently in the 13th position, and their fastest lap is over a second slower than the leaders. Looks like they're struggling to keep up. Lord Buttrell is driving a 2016 BMW M6 GTL and is currently in 7th place. Looks like he's making steady progress, but still has some ground to catch up to the leaders. S7 Games is leading the race in a 2016 Ford GTLM GTE. They've set the fastest lap so far at 1:15.782 and are holding a solid lead. Looks like they're cruising comfortably at the front. Congratulations to S7 Games on winning the race. Looks like they really know how to leave the competition in the dust. Well done. Wow! S7 Games took the victory. Huge congratulations to them. Looks like all those practice laps paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up the winning streak next round. Here's a fun fact for you. The 1996 Alfa Romeo 155 i6 was actually known for its impressive handling and distinctive Italian flair. It was quite the beauty on the racetrack, often surprising its opponents with its agility. This car was built to be a showstopper, blending sporty performance with that unmistakable Alfa Romeo charm. Well, this is quite the throwback showdown. JC Productions with the Opel Calibra DTM might have a slight edge if he can handle the twisty parts of Autumn Ring, given its sharp corners and tight turns. The Opel's known for its decent grip and agility, which could give it the advantage in a close race. On the other hand, Unclila Gaming's Alfa Romeo 155 Pi V6 is no slouch either. It's got that Italian flair and a V6 engine that could give it some punch on the straights. If Unclila can exploit the raw power and keep the car smooth through the corners, he might just surprise us all. But in the end, I think the Opel's agility might just edge out the Alfa in this race. Still, I wouldn't count out the Italian stallion just yet. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Autumn Ring, and kicking things off in pole position is the retro DDT M car. Driven by Kickass Lady X3, a classic 1994 Mercedes C 180D. Let's see if that old beauty can hold the lead. Kickass Lady X3 has shot off the line to lead the race. JC Productions is right behind in second place, and I'm holding on to third for now. The top three are already spreading out a bit. JC Productions and Kickass Lady X3 are nose to tail for the lead. Brenda Buster has just overtaken someone to claim third place. The factor is climbing up to 8. Mafia Mavi is on a roll, climbing through the field and now leading the race. Kickass Lady X3 is right behind, and they're nose to nose for the top spot. Skates' Bo Pri and Xnobutixel are locked in a close fight for the 13th position. Kickass Lady X3 and Mafia Mavi are nose to nose at the front. Basket and Fee and Defactor are also locked in a fierce duel for 8th place. Dehi 7 is chipping away at Tug on at TTV's lead, closing the gap by 1.6 seconds. Kickass Lady X3 just took the lead, claiming the top spot. JC Productions is now second, inching closer. Brando Buster is in third, not giving up yet. Basket and Fee is climbing to 7th place. D Factor is now 8. Amy is making a move to 9th. Amy is gaining on Defactor, closing the gap to just over a second. Amy and Defactor are fighting for 8th place. Uncle Tobin and Flanky Frankie are nose to tail for 14th. Architect just made a bold move and overtook 19 cars to take the lead. Kickass Lady X3 is not giving up easily. They are right behind in a close fight for the top spot. Xnobutixel is driving a 1984 Fiat Ritmo 130 Abarth. They're currently in 11th place, so they're holding steady but not exactly making waves. Kickass Lady X3 is now in first place. JC Productions has moved up to second. Brando Buster's in third. Looks like a tight race at the front. JC Productions and Kikaslady X3 are nose to tail for first place. Uncle Tobin is inching up to 14th. JC Productions is holding a narrow lead over Kikaslady X3 for first place. Jordan F and Egrets 34 are locked in a close fight for 18th. Day Factor is climbing up to 7th place. Day Factor and Matrix go nose to tail for 6th. Uncle Tobin is making a move up to 12th. Basket and AV is climbing up to 7th place. Day Factor and Basket and V are nose to nose for that spot. Agrits 34 is inching up to 18th. Maya and Brenda Buster are nose to tail for 3rd place. HP Lootcraft is slicing into Day Factor's lead, now just over a second behind. Maya is now in 3rd place, closing the gap. Brenda Buster and Maya are battling hard for that spot. Basket and V has climbed to 6th, making moves. D Factor is on a tear, jumping 7 places to take the lead. Matrixco is also climbing fast, overtaking 4 cars to sit in 3rd. Kikaslady X3 and De Factor are nose to tail for the top spot. Maya is charging through the field, now in 3rd place. Tuagonet DTV is climbing steadily, now in 14th. Kikaslady X3 just gained 1 position, holding on to the lead. Brenda Buster is driving a 1996 Opel Calibra DTM. They're currently in 3rd place and have a fastest lap of 1 minute 29 seconds and 165 milliseconds. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. Wow! Kikaslady X3, you really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on your victory. Wow, Kikaslady X3 really pulled off an impressive win there. Congratulations! You definitely showed those AI cars who's boss. Can't wait to see if you can keep up that winning streak. Sure. Did you know that Formula 5000 cars were basically the rock stars of the racing world in the late 1960s and early 1970s? They used a simplified and more affordable version of the V8 engine from American muscle cars, which made the racing super intense and exciting. It was like giving race cars a wild, high-powered American muscle car spirit, but with less of the fancy tech and more of the raw, roaring power. Definitely a fun chapter in racing history. Well, with neither driver having a clear edge in the info department, This is shaping up to be a real mystery race. Since they're both in the same classic car at Ricardo Tormo, it's basically a coin toss. I'd say, let's just enjoy the chaos and see who can handle the vintage machine better under pressure. Who do you guys think will come out on top? Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at Ricardo Tormo, and leading the pack is Empress in a classic 1968 Eagle Mark V, starting from pole position. Who's ready to see this vintage beast show some modern racing speed? Ice has shot off the line into the lead. K-Empress is holding strong in second place. Connor Malady is hanging on in third, but expect some action soon. Lord Secresby just overtook someone to take third place. Lord Secresby and the Empress are nose to tail for second. Igena Wright and Amy are locked in a close fight for 7. Lord Secresby is climbing to second place. Bleach Mepsi is now 9. Joey Pastrami has moved up to 15. Joey Pastrami and Deluxe Combo are nose-to-nose for the 14th spot. Rob Swizzle and Gesterone 133,796 are locked in a fierce fight for the 17th position. Super Siggy is climbing up to 10th place. Unstable and Super Siggy are battling closely for that position. Rob Swizzle is gaining ground, moving up to 16th place. Unstabil just sneaked into the top 10. Yungan Stordwu 102 is climbing up to 16. Looks like some steady progress. Zaprandigan and Super Siggy are nose to tail for 11th place. Deluxe Combo is inching up to 13. Rumi Fitz 13 and Deluxe Combo are fighting hard for 13th. Zaprandigan just overtook one car and is now in 11th place. Deluxe Combo also gained a spot and is in 12th place. Super Siggy and Deluxe Combo are nose to tail for 12th place. Looks like a battle is brewing. Super Siggy just overtook Deluxe Combo for 12th place. Looks like they're neck and neck in this scrap. Joey Pastrami just nudged Rummy Fizz 13 out of the way to take the 14th spot. They're nose to nose for that same position. Ice is leading in a 1968 Surtees TS5, which is a classic but not the fastest car here. Looks like they're holding steady at the front, probably just cruising for now. Leech Mepsi and Iggenerate are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Deluxe Combo just sneaked up one spot to 13th. Unstabil just moved up one spot to 9th place. Unstabil and Iggenerate are nose-to-nose for 8th place. Unstabil just nudged ahead of Iggenerate for 8th place. They are now locked in a close fight for that position. Unstabil is driving a 1968 Surtees S5 and currently in 8th place. Their fastest lap is a 1:47.416, which is the quickest among the top 10. Looks like they're making a strong push through the field. Iggenerate is racing a McKee Mark 12, which is known for its balanced handling. Their race seems steady with a fastest lap of 1 minute 49 seconds, currently in 10th place. Iggenerate is climbing to 8th place. Zaprandigan is also moving up to 10th. Leech Meps and Zaprandigan are nose-to-nose for 10th. Joey Pastrami is driving an Eagle Mark 5 and is currently in the middle of the pack in 15th place. Their fastest lap is just a bit slower than the leaders, so they're holding steady but not threatening the top spots. Wow! Ice took the victory. Congratulations to them. Looks like all that coldness really paid off. Can't wait to see what they do in the next race. Wow! Ice really took the checkered flag. Congratulations on the win. For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering performance. Willow Springs Streets of Willow Long is known for its tight turns and quick changes in direction, so a car that can stick to the road and respond sharply would have the upper hand. Speed is important, but agility and grip will really make or break a driver here. A balanced setup that handles well through those curves will come out on top, even if it's not the fastest in straight lines. Alright everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the race kicks off. Make your choices now or forever hold your peace. Or just watch the chaos unfold without your input. Get your selections in quick. Hey there, Elias Lanidier. Welcome back to the stream. Glad to see you returning for some AI car racing action. Hope you're ready for some exciting laps. Oh, this is a throwback showdown for sure. Both of these cars are classic, but the Penske PC1 has a reputation for being pretty nimble and sharp on the track. The BRMP 201 is beautiful, but a bit more of a vintage bruiser. I'd lean towards Amy and the Penske PC1 taking this one, especially on a longer, technical track like Streets of Willow. But hey, in the world of AI racing, anything can happen. Maybe that's Altis Arena will surprise us all with some vintage magic. Alright everyone. The race is underway at Willow Spring Streets of Willow Lawn. Starting on pole is Orange Funk with a 1975 B. RMP 201 straight. From the F1 1975 class start form. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold the lead. Maya is now in 11th place and seems to be battling to catch up. Amy has dropped to 15 and looks like she's got some work to do. Calican Bunny and Ren Kaori are nose-to-nose for 5th place. Unclearly Gaming and Athena C are locked in a close fight for 8th. Maya and Degenerate are battling hard for 10th. Calican Bunny is climbing up to 5th place. Frankworthy is now 6th. Athena CNC is knocking on 7th. Who's next to make a move? Eganarite just overtook 2 cars to climb to 9th place. Vargala Svet is gaining ground, moving up 1 spot to 14th. Plebis 3 and Vargala Svet are nose to tail, fighting for that 14th position. Calican Bunny is gaining on Trash Crashton quickly. Maya and Ren Kaori are locked in a close fight for 10th place. Plebis 3 is climbing up to 15th. Maya is now in 10th place, closing the gap. Ren Kaori is right behind, so this could get interesting. Maya is stuck in the back, dropping to 13th place. Igeneite and Unclearly Gaming are nose-to-nose for 8th. Ren Kaori is climbing up to 10th. Athena CNC is driving a Tyrrell 007, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:24 tour. The race looks competitive for them, but they might need a bit more speed to catch the leaders. Eganarite just sneaked into 8th place. Jamasta Tegamining. 1000 No Tube are nose-to-nose for 21st. Flanky Frankie has slipped into the 18th spot. Ika 77 and Flanky Frankie are nose-to-nose for 18th. Jamasta Tegamining. 1000 No Tube are locked in a close fight for 21st. Dongatsonter is climbing up to 19th place. Yamasta Tagamanin 1000 is now 21st. Both making small but steady progress. Vargala Svet just nudged into the 13th place. Plebis 3 and Vargala Svet are nose-to-nose for that spot. Amy and Bacho Grande are also locked in a close fight for 15th. Eganarite is now just a second behind Athena CNC Tong. Conletwi and Thatsalti Serena are nose-to-nose for 11th place. Amy has climbed 1 spot into 15th. Frankworthy is climbing up to 5th place. Vargala Svet is now in 12th. Plebis 3 has moved into 13th. Athena CNC is driving the Tyrrell 007, starting from 7th place. Their fastest lap is just over a second slower than the leader. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the top. Zicopal is leading in a Lotus 72E, which is known for its aerodynamic design and handling. Looks like he's comfortably in second, just behind Orange Funk and maintaining a solid pace. Well, look at that! Orange Funk just took the checkered flag. Guess all those laps paid off. Nice win! Wow! Orange Funk really showed everyone how it's done. Great job taking the win. You must be feeling pretty good right now. Can't wait to see if you can keep that streak going in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that Talladega Superspeedway is famous for its incredible length of about 2.66 miles? That's one of the longest NASCAR tracks around. It's so big that drivers can reach speeds of over 200 miles per hour and still have plenty of space to weave around each other. It's basically a giant playground for racing fanatics with a lot of room for high-speed chaos and excitement. Alright folks, the clock's running out, so if you want your favorite AI car to race, now's the time to make your move before it vanishes into the digital ether. Don't miss out on the chance for glory, or at least some entertainment. Get those picks in. Oh wow, this is like a vintage car lover's dream race. Squat Bender with the 1992 Cizeta Mortar 4. 16T and N body notes with the 1984 Ferrari 280h G20. Both are iconic, but quite different beasts. The Cizeta's got that wild, rare flair with its V16 engine, which could give it some serious horsepower. On the other hand, the Ferrari 288 GTO is a legendary supercar known for its agility and racing pedigree. Talladega is all about that high-speed drafting and stamina. I'd say the Ferrari has a slight edge in handling around those curves and that aggressive spirit. But the Cizeta's power might give it an unexpected boost on the straightaways. Honestly, I'm leaning towards a Ferrari for a more consistent performance. But hey, with AI behind the wheel, anything can happen. It's going to be a wild ride no matter what. Alright folks, the race is kicking off at Talladega. And leading the pack is just around 133,796 in a 1993 Jaguar XJ220. It's an actual legend from the retro supercar bunch. Let's see if that classic can hold off the rest. Yesterone 133,796 has shot off the line into the lead. Nibit is holding strong in second place, while Red Panda Manatee 4 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Calicum Bunny is on a tier, overtaking 19 cars to take the lead. Rusna Palm 6 is right behind, overtaking 21 cars to move into second. Dr. Keeps Appleway is also making moves, overtaking 21 cars to claim third. The race is heating up. Yesterone 33,796 is on a tier, now in first place after overtaking 12 cars. Naibe is not far behind, climbing up to second after a similar surge. Globa is still making a move too, now in third. Looks like a three-way battle for the top. Yesterone in 33,796 is closing in on Amy Fast, cutting the gap by over 15 seconds. Celestial Inari is on the move, overtaking 3 cars to claim second place. Bodatsura is making a charge, passing 8 cars to sit in fourth. Bodatsura is climbing up to third place. Squat Bender is also moving up to 6th. Captain Trippy and Global Sexel are nose to nose for 7th. Captain Trippy advances to 7th place. Big Old Nerd and Global Sexel are nose to nose for 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 climbs 2 spots to 10th. Cloud Surfer 69 and Big Old Nerd are fighting for 9th. Red Panda Manatee 4 and Naibe are nose to nose for 4th place. Captain Trippy and Squat Bender are locked in a fierce fight for 6th. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing 2 spots to 8th. Cloud Surfer 69 is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Celestial Inari is closing in on Jester 133,796, trimming the gap by 3.5 seconds. Red Panda Manatee 4 just moved up 1 spot into 4th. Celestial Inari is closing in on Gesterone 133,796, cutting the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Cloud Surfer 69 is climbing up to 4th place. Ebony Shadow is making a move, jumping 2 spots to 8th. Ebony Shadow and Naibe are locked in a tight fight for 7th. Ebony Shadow is on a roll, climbing to 5th place after overtaking 3 cars. Big Old Nerd just moved up 1 spot to 8th. Squat Bender and Naibe are nose to nose fighting for 9th. Bodatsura is creeping up on Celestial Inari, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Ebony Shadow is chipping away at Cloud Surfer 69, narrowing it down by 1.4 seconds. Big Old Nerd and Red Panda Manatee 4 are locked in a fierce duel for 7th place. Begoidner just overtook someone to take 7th place. Squatbender is also climbing up, now in 9th place. Naiba and Squatbender are nose to nose, battling for 9th. Wow! Just around 133,796. You must be thrilled! Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those laps paid off. Wow! Just around 133,796 took the victory. Congratulations! You really drove that AI crazy with your skills. Looks like you're the master of the digital racetrack today. Well done! Alright, so the 1970B Arnim P154 Chevrolet was actually a pretty interesting mix of British racing ingenuity and American muscle. Fun fact is that although BRM was primarily known for their British engineering, this particular car actually used a Chevrolet engine. It's like a British car with an American heart, showing how the racing world is all about collaboration and sometimes a little bit of wild experimentation. It's almost like fitting a tuxedo with sneakers. Unexpected but kind of bold. Hey everyone! Time is running out. Make your picks before the countdown ends or you'll be stuck with whatever the AI decides for you. Don't say I didn't warn you. Oh wow! This is a classic showdown. James Nisk with that vintage, 1970, March 707 Chevrolet, which is a pretty solid choice for its time. But Cloud Surfer 69's 1969 Lola T163 is known for its agility and racing pedigree. It's like comparing a vintage muscle car to a sleek racing machine. Honestly, I'd put my money on Cloud Surfer 69. That Lola T163 is probably more aerodynamic and better suited for tight corners at a Capone raceway. But hey, both are fantastic choices. So this is going to be a close call. Who do you think has the edge? Alright everyone, the race is underway at a Capone Raceway Club. James Nisk is starting on pole, cruising in a classic 1970 March 707 Chevrolet. Let's see if that vintage beauty can hold off the competition. Cloud Surfer 69 has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Stephen Brinkley is right behind in second place. James Nisk is currently in third, trying to keep up with the leaders. Naibe is now in 5th place. Chubby Boy RJ has moved up to 10th place. Roger Bear 302 and Chubby Boy RJ are nose to nose for 10th. Ixajax is now in 3rd place. Naibe has moved into 4th. Unstabil is climbing to 12th. Anyone else making moves? The track seems to favor the Can-Am cars with the top 3 spots, likely due to its layout favoring their power and handling. The Group 5 cars are trailing, probably struggling with the circuit's demands. Mr. Roche is driving the Group 5 Toyota Celica Turbo. Looks like he's holding steady in 8th place, but no real threats or overtakes happening yet. The track seems to favor the Can-Am cars with the top 2 spots, but the Group 5 cars are holding their own, so it's a mixed bag. The track seems to favor the Can-Am cars with the top 2 spots, while Group 5 cars are spread out and struggling to keep up. Amy is driving a Ferrari 712 from 1970, currently in 6th place. Her fastest lap is 52.44 seconds, so she's holding a decent pace but not quite catching the leaders. Chubby Boy RJ is driving a Chevrolet Decon Monza GTX from 1979. Looks like their race is a slow crawl, sitting in last with the slowest lap time by a wide margin. James Misk is in 1st place with a 1970 March 707 Chevrolet. Looks like they're holding on to that lead, but the competition is close behind. Cloud's Surfer 69 is leading comfortably with the fastest lap. Looks like he's got this race under control so far. Ixnobadixel is right behind Kingrud now, closing the gap by a second. They're battling it out for the 13th place. James Misk is holding the lead, but Cloud Surfer 69 is right behind, so the race is still wide open. James Misk better watch that rear view mirror. Amy is cruising in a 1970 Ferrari 712, currently in 6th place. Looks like she's holding her own but not quite challenging for the lead. Her fastest lap is just under 52 seconds. Unstabil is driving a Ferrari 512 BBLM from 1978. They are currently in 14th place and just behind the top group in lap times. Looks like they're hanging in there but not quite catching up. Mr. Roche is driving a 1977 Toyota Celica Turbo in Group 5 Dorel. He's currently in 8th place but quite a bit behind the leaders with a best lap of 54.634 seconds. Looks like he's struggling to keep pace. Stephen Brinkley is gaining on Cloud Surfer 69, closing the gap by a second. Unstabil and Roger Bear 302 are nose to nose for 11th place. Ixajax just made a smooth move into 2nd place. Naibe is chipping away at Stephen Brinkley's lead, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Naiba is driving a Porsche 91710, a classic Group 5 beast known for its power and agility. They're currently in 4th place, but their lap time suggests they're not quite matching the leader's pace. Looks like a steady race with room to push harder. James Misk is catching up to Naibi, closing the gap by 1.1 seconds. Amy is sneaking up on James Misk, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Wow, Cloud Surfer 69 took the checkered flag. Looks like they're the king of the track today. Well done. Wow. Congratulations to Cloud Surfer 69 for winning the race. You really zoomed past everyone else. That was some impressive driving. I think you might need to start practicing for the real Grand Prix. Here's a fun fact for you. The F1 cars from 1971 were some of the most thrilling and dangerous machines ever built. They had a lot less safety features back then, making even a small mistake feel like a roller coaster ride. The cars were powered by massive engines and weighed less than a modern car, so they could reach incredible speeds. It was truly a wild time in racing history where bravery was just as important as skill. Alright folks, time's almost up. If you haven't picked your dream machine yet, now's the moment to make that awesome decision. Get those choices in before the clock runs out, or you might end up with a lemon instead of a rocket. Alright. This is a throwback showdown for the ages. Lady Gami is behind the wheel of a Brabham BT34 from 1971, which is a pretty iconic racing car, known for its agility. Bobardo's got the BRMP 160, also vintage but with a different flavor. Given that the Berlin Prix is a modern electric race, I gotta wonder how these classic cars will handle the electric-powered track. But since we're talking about AI drivers, their skills are probably up to snuff. My gut says Platigami might have the edge because that Brabham is a bit more nimble and could exploit tighter corners better. But, hey, never underestimate classic race cars. They're tough and full of surprises. So, if I had to put a virtual coin on it, I'd say Platigami with the 1971 Brabham BT34 is slightly more likely to take the win. But this could turn into a real nail-biter. Alright everyone, the race is kicking off at the Berlin E-Prix track. Reinecke is starting on pole in the classic 1971 Lotus 72C. Let's see if that vintage machine can hold its ground in this AI showdown. Reinecke has shot off the line to take the lead. Defects is holding strong in second place, and Platigami is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle forming early on. Bobardo is climbing 2 spots to take second place. Bobardo and Reinecke are nose to tail fighting for the lead. Defects and Bobardo are locked in a close duel for second. Just Panchakis and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 are nose to nose for 10th place. Amy has just overtaken someone to move into 4th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is climbing up to 13th. Platigami and Amy are nose to tail for 4th place. A better bloke just gained a position to sit 6th. Uni Sticks is also climbing up, now in 9th. Defects just gained 1 position and is now in 2nd place. Bobardo and Defizards are still nose to nose fighting for that 2nd spot. Platigami moved up 1 place and is now in 4th. Bobardo just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Defects and Bobardo are nose to tail. Looks like a photo finish for 2nd. Amy and Platigami are battling hard for 4th, not giving an inch. Defects is climbing up to 2nd place. Defects and Reinecke are nose to nose for the lead. Just Panchakis and Senor Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 are locked in a close fight for 10th. Amy just nudged into 4th place. Platigami and Amy still neck and neck for that spot. Unknown Tactics is climbing to 11th. Looks like the race is heating up. Bobardo just overtook someone to move into 2nd place. Defects and Bobardo are nose to tail fighting for that 2nd spot. Platigami is also climbing up 1 position to sit in 4th. Defects is climbing to 2nd place. Unknown Tactics and Dr. Keeps Appleway are both moving up 1 spot each, now sitting in 10th and 11th. Dr. Keeps Appleway is driving a March 711 Ford. They are currently in 12th place, just ahead of the last few cars. Looks like they're holding steady but not quite challenging the leaders. Just Panchakis and Maya are neck and neck for the 13th spot. Looks like a close fight for that position. Telescope Bima is driving in 1970 Lotus 72D, which is a slightly older model. They are currently in 10th place, just ahead of the last few racers. Their fastest lap is pretty solid, but they might need a bit more speed to climb higher. Platigami just overtook Amy for 4th place. Unistix and Gmaxiate are nose to nose for 7th. Just Panchakis is climbing up to 13th. Just Panchakis and Senora Flip-Flopone 100 and 2020 are fighting for 12th. Platigami just overtook Amy for 4th place. Amy is trying to fight back. My and just pancakes are nose to nose for the 13th spot. The race is heating up. Defitz takes the lead, climbing to first place. Reinecke is right behind, not giving up that easily. Ladigami advances to fourth, closing in on Bobardo. The fight for third is heating up. Wow, Reinecke really took the checkered flag. Guess they're the fastest thing on wheels today. Well done. Wow, Die Fitzerts took the win. Nice job. Really showing those other cars who's boss. Looks like all that virtual horsepower paid off. Can't wait to see if they can keep up this streak. A fun fact about the twin-ring Motegi oval track is that it's one of the few oval tracks in Japan, and it was actually inspired by the classic American NASCAR ovals. It's designed for high-speed excitement, and features an impressive 1.5-mile length that really gets the cars tearing around it. It's like a little slice of American racing culture right in Japan. Perfect for some adrenaline-pumping AI car action. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make your move. The clock's ticking and we don't want anyone left in the dust. Hurry up and choose before it's too late. Oh, this is a classic showdown of engineering ideologies right here. La Croissant, 1980, is behind the wheel of a vintage Porsche 911 930 Turbo, which is known for its raw power and iconic design. On the other hand, Piszczehusky has the Alfa Romeo GT V6, a car that's more about handling and style than outright speed. Given the oval track and the power-to-weight ratio, I'd say La Croissant 1980 has the edge because that Porsche is built for speed and acceleration, especially at a track like Twin Ring Motegi Oval. The Alfa might surprise us with some agility, but I think La Croix's car might just sprint ahead in the end. So, my bet is on La Croissant 1980 to take the win, but don't count out the GTV6. It has enough charm and handling to maybe mess with expectations. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Twin Ring Motegi Oval, and leading the pack is Rekoharu G. In a classic 1995 Lamborghini Diablo Fi. That car's definitely bringing some vintage flair to the modern AI showdown. Rikoharu G has taken an early lead, holding the first position. Max Beerley is right behind in second, trying to keep up. Bunnies of Doom is in third, not far off but already showing some early signs of pressure. Amy is on a roll, climbing to the middle of the pack. ER Special is making a charge, closing in on the top 20. Broxworth is gaining ground but still a few spots behind. Ae Raphael is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to 22nd. Bunnies of Doom is holding strong at the front, claiming the top spot. Max Beerley and Rikoharu G are nose to nose for second place. Looks like a battle worth watching. Lirache and Amin San are locked in a fierce fight for 8th place. Telescope Dyna just gained a spot to 10th. LN 656 and Gliding Penguin are nose to nose for 12th. Lirache is climbing to 8th place. Hermit Media and Amy are locked in a close fight for 15th. ER Special is advancing to 18th. Lirache just overtook someone to take 7th place. Patsots and Lirache are still battling for 7th. Gliding Penguin is climbing up to 11th. Patsots and Lirache are nose to tail for 7th place. Shoot 'em Up and LN 656 are locked in a close fight for 13th. ER Special and Injust Platinum are battling it out for 17th. Amin-san just sneaked into 8th place. Telescope Biome and Patswords are nose to nose for 9th. Shoot 'em Up and LN 656 are locked in a fierce fight for 13th. LN 656 is trying to hold off Bakumaning for 12th place. Shoot 'em Up and LN 656 are nose to nose for 13th. Hermit Media is lurking just behind in 14th, waiting for a mistake. Hermit Media is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 12. Telescope Biome just gained 1 position to 9. Telescope Biome and Amin Sen are nose to nose fighting for 8th place. Telescope Biome is climbing to 8th place. Hermit Media is now in 11. Shoot 'em Up is making a move to 13th, advancing 2 spots. Shoot 'em Up is climbing up to 12th place. Amy and LN 656 are nose to nose for 15th. Imbus Platinum and ER Raphael are locked in a fierce fight for 17th. Hermit Media and Gliding Penguin are nose to tail for 10th place. Shoot 'em Up and Hermit Media are also locked in a close fight for 11th. LN 656 and Bakumaning are battling it out for 14th. Linchiaka 21 and Maya are nose to tail for 4th place. Lirache is climbing up to 6th. Gliding Penguin is making a move to 10th. Bakumaning is really having a rough time, falling back to 23rd place. Aminzan and Gliding Penguin are locked in a close fight for ninth. Amy is climbing up 2 spots to 14th. Hemit Media advances to 10th place. Shooter M Up and Aminsan are nose to nose for 11th. ERA Special and AR Rafael are locked in a close fight for 16th. Rico Haruji is really closing the distance on Bunny Sofdoom. Just 2 seconds behind now. Hemit Media has climbed 1 spot to 9th place. Shooter M Up has gained 2 positions and is now in 10th. Amy just overtook AR Rafael for 13th place. AR Rafael is not giving up easily though. They are side by side, racing hard for 12th. Reko Haruji is gaining on Bunny Sofdoom, closing the gap by 2.5 seconds. Shooter M Up and Hemit Media are nose to nose for 9th place. AR Rafael is climbing up 1 spot to 13th. It's Derry pair just made a nice move to climb to 17th place. Hemit Media is closing in on Biliscopeheim, the gap shrinking fast. Shooter M Up and Hemit Media are nose to tail for 9th. This is getting interesting. Matrixco is climbing up to 19th place. Alan 656 and Matrixco are nose to nose for that same spot. Zillion Fox to 113 is inching up to 26th. Max Beerley is gaining on Reko Haruji, closing the gap by 2 seconds. Bing Chekot 21 and I are battling hard for 4th place. ER Special and AR Rafael are locked in a close fight for the 13th spot. Wow, Bunnies of Doom just took the victory. Looks like the rabbits really know how to hop to the front. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Bunnies of Doom really took the lead and showed everyone who's boss. Congratulations! That was an impressive run. They definitely earned that victory. Can't wait to see if anyone can catch up next round. If I had to pick one of these cars, I'd say the 2018 Chevrolet Indica might have a slight edge on the 40-ring Indy circuit, because Chevrolet tends to have a bit more horsepower and a strong aerodynamic package that could help it handle those twists and turns better. But then again, the Honda Indica is no slouch and could very well surprise us with its own balance and agility. It's going to be a close race, but I'm leaning toward the Chevrolet for that extra boost of confidence. Oh, interesting matchup. Both drivers are in the same year model. So it's really going to come down to how well each car handles Forley Ring Indy and the skill of the driver. The Chevrolet might have a bit more power, which could give it an edge on the straights. But the Honda could be more nimble in the tight corners. Honestly, I'd bet on the Chevrolet just because it's a slightly more aggressive choice for a racetrack like this. But don't count out the Honda. Sometimes, a good driver just needs the right grip to make magic happen. It's going to be close. Alright, everyone. We're kicking off at the Forley Ring Indy track with Badazzarar on pole, piloting a 2018 Honda Indy car. Let's see if he can hold on to that lead or if someone else has tricks up their sleeve. Unstable has taken the lead right out of the gate. Badazzarar is hot on his tail in second place. Jade Salgaming is holding on to third. But don't blink or you might miss some action. Jade Salgaming is climbing up to second place. Badazzarar and Jazel Gaming are neck and neck for second. Necrophantasm is also making moves, now in sixth. Badazzarar and Jazel Gaming are nose-to-nose for second place. Maya is climbing up to sixth, inching closer to the top. Necrophantasm and Maya are locked in a close fight for sixth. The Onkloidu show just overtook someone to climb to 11th place. Midzerup Starks also gained a spot, and is now in 15th. Oscar Wolf and Miserab Starks are nose-to-nose for 15th. Roger Bear 302 is holding off two Peas in the podcast by a car length for 22nd place. N-Body Notes and Amundsen are nose-to-tail for 26th. Roger Bear 302 is climbing up one spot to take 22nd place. Two Ps and Roger Bad. Unturgeon 2 are nose-to-nose fighting for 22nd. Natisberry and Maricus are locked in a close duel for 24th. Oscar Wolf is climbing one spot to take 15th place. Amundsen and Natisberry are locked in a close fight for 25th. The Forley Ring Indy seems to be favoring the top drivers with consistent lap times, but the tight spacing suggests the track is keeping everyone close and making overtakes tricky. Necrophantasm is driving a Chevrolet IndyCar, currently holding 7th place. The race looks tight for them with no overtakes yet, but they're staying steady in the middle of the pack. Maya is in 6th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Her fastest lap is 1:29.28. She's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders. The Lightning Thief is climbing to 11th place. The battle between Theon Clayshow and the Lightning Thief is heating up for 11. Amy and Dr. Keep Sapaway are locked in a close fight for 18th. Maya is in 6th place with a Chevrolet IndyCar. Fastest lap is 1:29.28. Looks like she's holding steady but not quite catching the leaders yet. Quiz 44 is driving a Honda IndyCar and is currently in the 10th place. Their fastest lap is just over 1:29.044. Looks like they're hanging in there but not making any big moves. Wow, Unstable just won the race. Looks like they're unstoppable today. Congratulations on the victory. Wow. Unstable really showed us all how it's done. Congratulations on the win. That was a dominating performance. Looks like they've got the skills to pay the bills in the AI racing world. Sure thing. The 1963 TVR Griffith 200 is pretty much the British version of muscle car madness before muscle cars were even a thing. It was powered by an American V8 engine, which was pretty rare for a British car at the time. Basically, it's like a small British sports car that decided to take a joyride with a big American engine in the trunk. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to make it happen. The countdown is almost up and I don't want anyone to miss out on their favorite. Get those selections in before it's too late. Oh wow, what a classic showdown we have here. On one side we've got Skozerobs with a 1971 AMC Javelin, a car that's got some vintage charm but maybe not the fastest off the line. And on the other side, Red Aeroactive Vixen with the legendary 1969 Dodge Charger Daytona, which is practically built for speed and making a statement. It's like watching a vintage beauty pageant meet a muscle car showdown. My gut tells me the Charger Daytona might have the edge thanks to its aerodynamic design and muscle car reputation. But hey, anything can happen on Circuit Lebanon. Who do you think will surprise us today? Alright everyone, the race is underway at Circuit Lebanon, and Spikeballs is leading the pack in the vintage street cars class. He's roaring ahead in a classic 1966 Ford Fairlane. Let's see if he can hold on to that pole position. CIR has shot off the line to take the lead. Spikeballs is holding strong in second place. And right behind them, Amy is holding on to third, probably planning her next move. Aethapassen and Amy are neck and neck for third place. Emerald Tick through an NT8 just gained one spot and is now in sixth. Frankenballs and Emerald Tick through a 988 are fighting hard for sixth place. Radioactive Vixen is climbing fast into sixth place. Emerald Tick through a 988 and Radioactive Vixen are nose to tail for sixth. Indigo Payday is making a move up to 11th. Cobracle is climbing up to 11th place. Epic Sugar is making a move to 13. Looks like the race is heating up. Skosarubs is driving a 1971 IMC Javelin, currently in 5th place. Looks like they're holding steady but not making any big moves yet. Aetherplasm is currently in 4th place with a 1967 Plymouth GTX. Looks like they're holding steady, but not quite challenging for the lead yet. The vintage street cars are showing some classic charm but seem to be struggling with consistency on this track. The mix of muscle and classic cars keeps the race lively but not necessarily predictable. Cobracle is climbing up to 9th place. Dirock Official is making a move to 15th. Looks like some steady progress. Indigo Pate is currently in 9th place with a 1971 Dodge Demon 340. Looks like they're holding steady but not making much progress yet. Epic Sugar is climbing to 12th place. Dirock Official is now in 14th place. Both making small gains today. GamerBus72 is driving a 1973 Porsche 911 RS and is currently in the 12th place. Their race looks steady but not quite at the front yet. Epic Sugar is driving a 1971 IMC Javelin. They're currently in the 16th place, so they're not exactly making a charge but not completely out of it either. Cobracle is climbing up to 8th place. Dirock Official is closing in on Epic Sugar, cutting the gap by over a second and a half. Dirock Official and Epic Sugar are locked in a close fight for 12th place. Aetherplasm is gaining ground on Spikeballs, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Indigo Pay is climbing up to 13th place. Amy just took second, looks like she's on a roll. Radioactive Vixen and Skosarubs are nose to tail for 5th place. Cobracle just nudged into 7th. Dirock Official is climbing, now in 14th. Radioactive Vixen is climbing up to 5th place. Anonymous Ninity 3 is now in 13th. Indigo Peta has moved into 14th. Maya is in the 16th place with a 1973 Holden Monero GTS. She's not exactly setting the pace, but is holding her own. Looks like she's trying to find her rhythm behind the pack. Dirock Official just moved up one spot to 13. Anonymous Ninity 3 and Dirock Official are nose to nose for that same spot. Aethoplasm is really pushing forward, closing in on Spikeballs by 1.7 seconds. Cobraco is gaining ground on Skozarovs, closing the gap by 2.2 seconds. Indigo Peta is climbing up the ranks, moving into 14th place. Congratulations to Pace CARR on winning the race. Looks like all that practice paid off. Well done. Wow, congratulations to Pace CIR for winning the race. That was an impressive drive. And a big shout out to Amy for snagging the fastest lap. She can now claim the classic 1969 Pontiac GTO. Nice choice, Amy. That car's a real legend. Sure thing. A fun fact about Indy cars is that they can reach speeds of over 230 miles per hour. That's faster than most roller coasters and definitely faster than my internet connection during a live stream. It's like racing lightning on 4 wheels. Alright folks, this is a classic showdown between two pretty similar cars, both from the 2018 IndyCar lineup. Mr. Roche's Chevrolet is known for its speed and aggressive handling, especially on these high-speed ovals. Gliding Penguin's Honda is no slouch either, often praised for its reliability and smooth performance. Given the track and the cars involved, I'd probably lean towards Mr. Roche with the Chevrolet. It just tends to have that extra burst of power in the straights that could give him a slight edge. But don't count out Gliding Penguin. Indy cars are all about finesse and strategic driving, so it's anyone's race. Let's see how the AI handles these beasts. Alright, folks, the race is off at Auto Club Speedway, and leading the pack is the D-Fizzers class with the 2018 Chevrolet IndyCar, sitting comfortably on pole position. Let's see if it can hold that lead or if the AI racers will surprise us. Right at the start, D-Fizz is leading the pack, looking confident. Mr. Roche is holding second place, not far behind. H2 Huga is in third, trying to keep up with the front runners. Hot is making a quick climb, overtaking 3 cars to reach 22nd place. Mr. Roche is now in the lead, moving up 1 spot to take first place. Defzerts and Mr. Roche are locked in a close battle for the top spot. Defzerts and Mr. Roche are neck and neck for first place. Lil Sprout just gained 1 spot and is now in third. H2 Hove and Lil Sprout are battling closely for third position. Lil Sprout and Defizzers are nose to nose for second place. H2 Hove and Lil Sprout are also fighting hard for third. Layum just gained a spot and is now fifth. Akanona is on the move, climbing up to the 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Defzerts and Mr. Rush are locked in a fierce fight for the lead. Liam is closing the gap on H2 Hova, now just 1.5 seconds behind. Liam and H2 Hova are battling it out for the 4th position. Bobardo is making a strong push, climbing 3 spots to take 10th place. Lil Sprout is also on the move, gaining 1 position to sit in second. Defzerts and Lil Sprout are nose to tail, fighting hard for second place. Gliding Penguin is now in 4th place, closing the gap with Liam. The battle for 4th is heating up. The Fox 84 has climbed to 6th, inching closer to the top 10. Celestial Inari is on the move, climbing 3 spots to 16th. Gliding Penguin just nudged into 3rd, and Liam is right behind in 4th. Looks like a tight battle shaping up. Celestial Inari is charging through the field, now in 13th place. Dr. Felix is climbing fast, now in 17th place after overtaking 5 cars. Gliding Penguin is inching closer to the front, now in 2nd place. Gravy Graves is climbing up to 6th place now. Defzerts and Gravy Graves are nose to nose for that spot. The Foots 84 and Defizzers are also battling hard for 7th. The 84 and Defizzers are nose to tail for 7th place. Bobardo and the Foots 84 are locked in a fierce fight for 8th. Rekoharu G and Bobardo are battling it out for 9th. Lil Sprout advances 1 spot to 3rd place. Liam and Lil Sprout are locked in a close fight for 3rd. The 84 climbs 1 spot to 7th. KOID. Wow, Mr. Roche took the checkered flag. Looks like all those laps paid off. Nice job. Wow, Mr. Roche really pulled off an impressive victory. Congratulations on the win. You must have some serious racing skills. Can't wait to see if you can keep that streak going in the next race. Sure thing. Did you know that the Kyalami Vintage Track is actually a historic circuit that dates back to the 1960s? It's like taking a journey back in time every time you see those classic corners and old-school straightaways. It's a perfect place for cars to show off their vintage charm, and for us to appreciate the roots of racing. Pretty cool, right? what a showdown. We've got the sleek, sporty Porsche 909 Bergspider going up against the legendary Nissan R38002. The Porsche is a classic beauty with a lightweight design and that vintage racing charm. But the Nissan R38002 is no slouch with its racing pedigree. Honestly, if I had to put my chips down, I'd lean towards the Nissan because of its proven racetrack performance and that raw power under the hood. But don't count out the Porsche just yet. Its agility and vintage appeal could surprise us. Either way, it's going to be a tight race, and I can't wait to see which one crosses the finish line first. Alright everyone, the race kicks off at Kyalami Vintage. Maya starting on pole in a 1967 Nissan R38002, so she's got that classic charm and some serious speed. Let's see if the vintage beauty can hold the lead. Maya is leading the race right now. Eganer 8 is right behind in second place and Tokido Kibri is holding on to third. Looks like a tight start. Zeprofri is making a strong push, now in 11th place after overtaking 3 cars. Tokido Kibri is holding on to the lead, climbing 2 spots to first. Maya and Tokido Kibri are nose to tail, fighting for the top spot. Maya is now in first place. Sasatura has climbed 2 spots to 11. The Art has moved up 1 spot to 15. Balsamic Vintoire 183 is climbing up to 13th place. Silver Gaming is now in 19th place. GTA Swishman 33 and Silver Beat Gaming are nose to nose for 19th. Tokido Kibre is now in first place. Maya is right behind in second. The battle for the lead is heating up. Shalesy has climbed to 4th, closing the gap. Buchitsero and Maya are nose to tail for second place. Frankie just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th. Toadette TV and Egenerate are locked in a close fight for 6th. Amy just climbed 1 spot to 8th place. Uncle Yosho is chipping away at Dank Nuggins, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Squat Bender is making moves, climbing 1 spot to 25th. Frankie is really closing in on Shalesy now. Squat Bender just jumped up 1 spot to 24th. Trifinunity 3 is climbing 2 spots to 25th. Toadette TV and Amy are still neck and neck for 7th place. Sasator has just climbed into 10th position. Mean Storm is really having a rough time, dropping 11 spots to 24th. Eganer Wright and Amy are now fighting for 6th place, nose to tail. Buchitsero is climbing up to 2nd place. Someone is advancing 2 spots to take 7th. A gainer 8 and another racer are locked in a close fight for 7th. Toadette TV is climbing up to 7th place. Looks like someone and Toadette TV are neck and neck for that spot. Geoginu Miracles and Mergutsu are locked in a close fight for 16th. Leon Show is racing a 1966 Shelby GT50, and he's currently in 23rd place. His lap time is surprisingly quick for his position, so he might be saving his energy for a late push. Megutsu is having a rough time, dropping 10 places to 26. Geoginu Miracles is climbing up 1 spot to 16. Silver Gaming is also moving up 1 place to 17. Amy just gained 1 spot and is now in 5th place. Blanky Frankie and Amy are nose to tail fighting for 5th. Yasutura and Jenny Wright are locked in a close duel for 9th. Blanky Frankie is climbing up to 5th place. Sasatura is sneaking into 9th. Geoginu Miracles is chipping away at Sir Pro 3's lead, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Maya is leading the vintage ultralights with a 1967 Nissan R3802. Their fastest lap is a 1:30.451, which is decent, but not the fastest in the field. The race seems to be going smoothly for them so far. Blanky Frankie is really closing in on Shalesy, just a second behind now. Evolution 954 is gaining on a Generate quickly, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Theum Clay Show is climbing up the field, moving into 21st place. Well, look at that! Takedo Kibre just took the top spot at Kyalami Vintage. Guess all those practice laps paid off. Congratulations on the win! Wow, what an incredible race. Congratulations to Takedoki Brie for taking the win. That was some impressive driving, even if it was all just AI magic. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Who's ready for the next race? Sure thing. Did you know that Group 1 racing cars were originally designed for touring car racing, and quite literally stood at the top of the hierarchy back in the day? They were like the kingpins of their class, with strict rules that kept things interesting, so manufacturers had to get creative with their designs. It's kind of like the AUG of racing classes, setting the stage for all the fancy race cars we see now. Alright everyone, if you haven't picked your car yet, now's the time to do it. The countdown is ticking down faster than that one friend who always shows up late. Hurry up and make your choice before it's too late. Alright, this is a pretty interesting matchup. Detoxnance with the classic Alfa Romeo Giulietta Sprint versus Belthanegeist with the even more vintage Lancia Fulvia. Both are charming and full of personality, but if I had to pick, I'd say the Lancia might have a slight edge because of its reputation for handling and agility. The Fulvia's got that sporty Italian flair and a history of sharp turns, which could really give Belthanegeist an advantage on a twisty track like Sitges Terramont. On the other hand, Detoxn's Alpha is no slouch and might surprise us with a bit of vintage resilience. But honestly, this race will probably come down to who handles the corners better and who can keep their cool through the curves. So, my bet? I'd go with the Lancia Fulvia to make this interesting. Alright folks, we're kicking off the race at Sitges Terramont with Grampy Jurf on pole in a vintage 1970 Lada 2101 dead. Looks like the classic is ready to show some unexpected speed. Grampy Jurf has shot off into the lead, with Maya right behind in second place. Yachi Swing 33 is holding on to third. But the real action will be seeing if anyone can catch that top duo. Willow Shrub is on a roll, climbing 3 spots to third place. Naibe is making a move, overtaking 4 cars to settle into 12. Gishinkt is gaining ground, moving 2 spots up to 5th. Satsfied is on a roll, climbing 4 places to 12. Maya is closing in on Grampy Jurf, the gap shrinking by a second. Gishinkt just moved up 1 spot to 4th. Caffeinated Car is on a roll, climbing to 7th place. Satsfied is also making moves, now in 9th. Amy is not far behind, sneaking into 11th after overtaking 4 cars. Picawati Guerdo is on a roll, climbing up to 12th place. Gishinkt is hot on Grampy Jurf's tail, closing in fast. Caffeinated Car is gaining ground on Arlo Coast, making it a race to watch. Gishinkt just nudged into 2nd place. Grampy Jurf and Gishinkt are nose to nose for that spot. Caffeinated Car is chipping away at Arlo Coast's lead, closing the gap by 2.4 seconds. They're locked in a fierce duel for 6th. Caffeinated Car is climbing fast into 5th place. Satsfied is also making moves, Now in 6th, the Grand Enchanter and Zotsfired are nose to tail, fighting for that 6th spot. Caffeinated Cars gaining on Willow Shrub, closing the gap by almost 2 seconds. Detoxins and Yam Chubby Panda are locked in a fierce fight for 9th place. Fishing is gaining fast on Maya, now just a few seconds behind. Caffeinated Car has climbed 1 spot into 4th. Detoxins and Yam Chubby Panda are nose to nose for 9th place. Looks like a battle for bragging rights. Caffeinated Car just sneaked into 3rd place. Zotsfired is on the move, climbing 2 spots to 4th. Gary 710 is closing the gap on the Hot Guerdo, chopping nearly 2 seconds off. Fishing is creeping closer to Maya, closing the gap by 1.4 seconds. Zotsfired is chipping away at Caffeinated Car, narrowing it down by 1.1 seconds. Gary 710 and the Chaotic Guardo are locked in a fierce duel for the 12th spot. The Grand Enchanter is inching closer to Willow Shrub, closing the gap by nearly 2 seconds. Gary 710 just climbed 1 spot to 12. Naiba is chipping away at Belthanithi Beast, closing in by 1.5 seconds. Caffeinated Car is gaining on Fishings, closing the gap by 2.1 seconds. Naiba and Belthanithi Beast are nose to nose for 14th place. The Group 1 cars seem to be quite competitive here, with the Abarth leading and holding a solid pace. The track favors nimble, lightweight cars like the Puma GT and Lada, but the Abarth's consistent fast laps keep it ahead. The slower cars are struggling to keep up with the pace. Chubby Panda and Arlo Coast are nose to nose for 8th place. Amy is chipping away at Detoxins' lead now, just 1.5 seconds behind. Naibe is closing the gap on the Chaotic Guerdo, also down by 1.5 seconds. Fishing is gaining on me, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Yam Chubby Panda just moved up 1 spot to 8th place. Gary 710 is closing in on Amy, reducing the distance by 1 second. Willow Shrub is climbing up to 5th place. Grand Pejurf and Willow Shrub are nose to nose for 5th. Naibe is inching closer to the top 20, now in 13th. Wow, Maya, you really sped past everyone. Congratulations on the win. Looks like all those practice sessions paid off. Wow, Maya, you absolutely crushed it. Congratulations on winning the race. Looks like all those late nights practicing your moves really paid off. Now you've got bragging rights until the next race. Alright, here's a fun fact for you. The GT1 racing car class was like the Wild West of racing. Manufacturers would build these super powerful cars with the goal of dominating the track. But sometimes, they'd go a bit overboard with crazy aerodynamics and huge engines. It was basically a battle of who could make the craziest, fastest car and still stay on the track. Imagine manufacturers pushing the limits just because they could, kind of like kids in a candy store, but with racing machines. Alright folks, if you haven't picked your car yet, you better hurry up before the clock runs out. I don't want to see anyone miss out on the fun just because you were taking too long to decide. Get those choices in now! Wow! This is quite the vintage showdown. The Toyota GT1 TS020 from 1998 is known for being a serious racing machine with a sleek design and impressive speed. On the other hand, the Porsche 911 GT1 from 1996 packs a punch with its legendary Porsche engineering and balanced handling. Given the track is Atlanta Motorsports Park, which rewards agility and speed, I might lean slightly toward the Porsche. It's got that iconic balance and grip that could give it an edge on those twists and turns. The Toyota, while speedy, might struggle a bit with its less modern aerodynamics and handling compared to the Porsche. But hey, with AI driving, anything can happen. It's all about who can handle the virtual curveballs the best. So, I'd say the Porsche could be the favorite. But I wouldn't count out the Toyota just yet. Alright folks, we're kicking things off at Atlanta Motorsports Park with the GT1 class led by Giovanni Miracles in a classic 1995 McLaren F1 GT. Let's see if that old school beast can hold on to the lead or if the new kids will catch up. Giovanni Miracles has shot off the line into the lead. Squat Bender is holding strong in second place, and Edsus 21 is right behind in third. Looks like a tight battle already. Edsos 21 is climbing to second place. Josh Biosh is now in fifth. Dr. Felix has moved up to 13. Dongets on 3 just sneak into third place. Maya is climbing up to 6th. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Wrestling 567 are nose-to-nose for 9th. Josh Biosh is climbing to 4th place. Root 3 Boy Gaming Studios is making a move to 9th. Iron Crosser Wooden Cross and Karavainen are locked in a close fight for 18th. Maya is climbing up to 5th place. Karavainen is now in 17th. Claudia has moved into 19th. Josh Biosh is gaining on Dongets on 3, closing the gap by 130 seconds. Nonstop and Iron Cross, a wooden cross, are locked in a close fight for 21st place. Wrestling 567 is driving a Porsche 911 GT1 from 1996. They're currently in the 9th place and seem to be holding steady, but no major moves yet. Dongers on 3 is driving a Toyota GT1TS020, a car known for its speed and endurance. They are currently in 3rd place, so they're holding a strong position and likely pushing hard to stay ahead. Naiba and Squat Bender are nose-to-nose for 6th place. Nonstop just snuck into the top 20, climbing 1 spot. Duff's 84 is chipping away at Double's lead, now just 1.1 seconds behind. Exhaust 21 and Geoguy Numericals are nose to tail at the front. Josh Bish and Dongers on 3 are swapping positions in the fight for 3rd. I'm battling Josh Bish for 4th place, and it's getting spicy. Exhaust 21 just took the lead, moving up 1 spot to take the top position. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios and Naibe are locked in a close fight for 8th place. Dr. Felix and Singoshi are also neck and neck for 12th. Route 3 Boy Gaming Studios is climbing up to 8th place. Cloudy is sneaking into 17th. Cloudy and Henfatig are locked in a close fight for 16th. Cloudy and Henfatig are nose-to-nose for the 16th spot. Nonstop is sneaking up 1 position to 19th. Maya is now in 4th place, closing the gap. Josh Bish is right behind, both fighting hard for that spot. Cloudy and Henfatig are nose-to-nose for 16th. Maya is now in 3rd place, climbing up 1 spot. Dongers on 3 and Maya are nose-to-nose fighting for 3rd. Famaka has also gained 1 position, now in 6th. Dongers on 3 is making a move up to 3rd place. Maya and Dongers on 3 are nose-to-nose for that 3rd spot. Henfatig and Cloudy are locked in a close fight for 16th. Global Exo just overtook Iron Quasar Wooden Cross and is now in 21st place. Looks like Global Exo is making a move to climb up the grid. The battle for 21st is heating up between those two. Wow. Exhaust 21. You really showed them how it's done. Congratulations on the win. Wow! Congratulations to Exhaust 21 for winning the race. That was a fantastic drive. Now, as for the car claims, Maya, you did the most overtakes today, so you get to claim the sleek 1998 Porsche 911 GT1 98. Nice work! For this track, I would focus mostly on handling and cornering ability. Sonoma Indy has a lot of tight turns and technical sections, so a car that can grip the road and turn sharply without losing speed would have the upper hand. Acceleration is also important. But if the car can't stick to the curves, all that quickness on the straightaways won't matter much. Basically, a balanced setup that excels in agility would be key here. Hey everyone, last call to pick your favorite car before the countdown hits 0. Make your choice quick or you might end up with whatever the AI decided for you. Don't miss out on the fun. Wow, what a matchup! On one side we have Tokido Kibri, with a 2005 Mercedes SLR. A classic with some serious style, but maybe a bit of age on its side. On the other side, True or False with a 2022 McLaren Elva. A modern marvel built for speed and agility. Honestly, the McLaren Elva probably has the edge here. It's newer, likely more aerodynamic, and packed with the latest tech. The Mercedes SLR is a legend but might struggle to keep up with the sleek, cutting-edge design of the Elva. So, my bet is on True or False pulling ahead and taking the win. But hey, in racing, surprises are always just around the corner. Alright everyone, the race is underway at Sonoma Indy, and Keistaflex is starting on pole with a classic 2005 Mercedes SLR. No pressure, just a vintage beast trying to make history again. Keistaflex has taken an early lead. Maya is holding second place trying to keep up. King Chud, 22, is in third, but expect some quick moves ahead. Maya just overtook Keistaflex for the lead. Looks like the battle for first is heating up. Rosaurus is closing in on the top 5, inching closer. Keistaflex just snatched the lead. Neremia is climbing to 8th place. Figureta Sport is making a move to 9. Looks like the race is heating up. Rosaurus just overtook someone to climb to 4th place. Nermidar is also making moves up to 7th. Shikomaru is now 9th after a little gain. Shikomaru and Igenurite are nose to tail for 8th place. Looks like a tight squeeze. Mermida and Gamingtafite Cancer are nose to nose for 6th place. True or False is climbing 2 spots to 12th. Akanon is inching up 1 spot to 14th. Tokido Kibri advances to 14th place. Indigo Pate climbs to 18th place. Papakasi and Indigo Pate are battling closely for the 18th spot. Gaming Tophi Cancer is climbing up to 5th place. Lord Buttrell is also moving up to 19th place. Papakatsi and Lord Buttrell are neck and neck for 19th place. Jibuugi just overtook someone to take 5th place. Bees McGee is now in 10th after climbing 1 spot. Akanona moved up to 14th. Akanona and Kickus Lady X3 are nose to nose for 13th. Muyamida is climbing up to 6th place now. Gaming Tofite Cancer and Muyamida are nose to nose for that spot. Bees McGee is chipping away at Shikamaru's lead, closing the gap by over a second. Druor Falls and Figureta Sport are nose to tail for 11th place. Sir Prothry and Takidokibri are locked in a close fight for 15th. Indigo Paytas gained a spot to 17th. Bean Streams is on the move, climbing to 15th place after overtaking 3 cars. Papakatsi is also making a move, now in 18th place with 3 cars overtaken. Kufo is gaining ground, now in 19th place, also with 3 cars overtaken. Connor Malady is on a roll, climbing 15 places to 13. Quiz 44 and Naturalian Lucky are nose to nose for 24th. James Nisk is catching up to Amy, shrinking the gap by a full second. Igana Wright is climbing to 7th place. Kickus Lady X3 and Takido Kibri are both advancing to 13th and 14th respectively. Looks like the race is heating up behind the leaders. Lord Buttrell is closing in on James Nisk fast, just 11.6 seconds behind now. Mimuida has climbed 1 spot to 5th place. Jibu Ugi and Maramuda are nose to nose battling for 5th position. Lord Buttrell is narrowing the distance to James Nisk, cutting it down by 6:30 seconds. Jibu Ugi just gained 2 spots and is now in 4th. Igana Wright is closing in on Rosaurus, closing the gap by 2.6 seconds. Kufo advances to 19th place. Tyler climbs to 20. Excepcion is inching closer to Celestial Inari, closing the gap by 1.2 seconds. Lord Buttrell is closing in on James Nisk, chipping away at the gap. Mimuida just overtook someone to take 4th place. Jibu Ugi and Mermuda are nose to tail, fighting hard for that 4th spot. Shikamaru is gaining on Egenerate, closing the gap to just under 2 seconds. Bees McGee is making a move on Naturally Unlucky, closing the distance by over 3 seconds. Connor Malady is inching closer to Lord Buttrell, reducing the gap slightly. Mimuida is climbing up to 3rd place. Igana Wright and Rosaurus are locked in a close fight for 6th. Indigo Pete and Sir Prothry are battling it out for 16th. Mimuida is climbing up to 2nd place. Jibuogi and King Shu 22 are nose to nose for 4th. Shikamaru is chipping away at Igana Wright's lead, closing the gap by 1.5 seconds. Wow, Keistaflex just took the checkered flag, Looks like someone's been practicing their victory dance. Congratulations on the win. Wow. Keystaflex really showed everyone how it's done. Congratulations on winning the race. You just proved that you're the master of the asphalt today. Well done. Alright everyone. It looks like we need a quick pit stop for some maintenance. Don't go anywhere, we'll be back in just a few minutes with more of our crazy AI car races. Grab a snack, stretch those legs, and I'll see you very